All right. So y'all know we're gonna start on time and we're gonna finish on time. Right? Okay. All right, so thank you for coming into the live. All right, so you can see a number of the topics that we look to discuss. Just getting started. We're going to warm it up, though. I don't know if you all have ever heard of John Locke and the Second Treatise. Probably going to read 243 as we look to get the room, kind of lined up, get everybody in here. All right, y'all, come on in. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. All right, so that Second Treatise. Oh, I know what I gotta find. I gotta find that article that I wrote for reclaiming autonomy. That's gonna fit with the discussion of decolonization. So we have, a number of revolutionaries out here, acting as if they about that life, but very few people are talking about decolonization, what that, truly means. Just wanting to understand how do we cross that bridge, you all, looking at integration, assimilation, coming down to real liberation. These are the hard topics and or discussions that we really do need to be having within our rooms and the community of social media on these platforms, what we're talking about, right? I mean, it's good to talk about reparations and all, you all, but if you're still within the guise of their system, your reparations is not going to benefit you in no manner, in no shape, in no way, because it then goes right back to the people that you say injured you. So this is why we have to seriously look at concepts like decolonization and understanding how within the UN, this is an actual thing that's happening internationally. So we need to ride the wave. We need to get into the stream, of things and, make this real, right? And what I mean by get into the stream of things and make it real is actually start within the process of what it means to, be stateless. I'm sorry to I'm not to be stateless. To decolonize and be, a state, itself. My brother CP, how you doing, man?
All is well. I'm glad to be here. How you feeling?
Oh, awesome, 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 awesome. So yeah, I'm just warming it up, man, until we can actually get folks into the room and everything. Glad to have you here. If you all do not know, CP is really going to touch on a number of these topics for me. I've heard him speak about them. I would not know about decolonization if it were not for him. Even the concept of what is stateless, these are things that within my study I had not came across, but immediately upon hearing his illustration into these topics and these concepts, it aligned with my understudy, it aligned with my mission, and I adopted these concepts and these principles into the study. So you all, it's important that you follow my brother CP and make sure you catch him when you go live. He's a real good orator, a real good communicator, and I can't say enough how much I appreciate him and how much I learn every time I hear the brother speak. And I'm going to say this, I'm confident about what I know. I'm confident within uh, the things that I do, but I can appreciate, being around individuals that I can grow from, or as they say, iron, sharpens iron. So CP, I'll turn it over to you here as we warm things up. If you had something you wanted to say there, brother.
Yeah, well, first I want to say thank you. Thank you for that. It's a lot of work, and iron sharpens iron. So I learned a lot from the brother C2K as well. He has taught me a lot as far as jurisdiction and all the scopes of jurisdiction. I think that most people, when they talk about jurisdiction, they stay at the surface level. And the brother 2K has helped me to become even more profound in those things that I thought I knew well several years ago. And so I just want to tell you all, follow the brother, support this platform. For those who send gifts, please send gifts to 2K. I will be sending gifts to the brother as well, because one thing about these type of topics is we have to make sure we support each other. These topics are not quote unquote popular, but we have a way to make them relative. And if you can make something relative to the people, it becomes that much more easier to teach. So I just want to just looking at your screen, if you all notice, what is decolonization? What is stateless? So what does it mean to be stateless? What exactly does that mean? Because most people look at that term and they think it doesn't apply to them. But one of the things that we work on both our platforms is teaching people what these words mean. Don't be so fast to be triggered by the word and thinking it doesn't apply to you when you actually don't even know what the word means. And just as a teaser, since we're warming things up, let's give the people a brief view of what statelessness actually is in the eyes of international law as we are warming up. So, statelessness, the international legal definition of a stateless person is a person who is not considered a national by any state under the operation of this law. One more time for the guy in the back. Not according to CP, not according to C2K. According to international law, a stateless person is a person who is not considered as a national by any state under the operation of this law. So that right there sets a foundation for a pretty thorough discussion about who is stateless. It has nothing to do with us becoming irrational in our emotions, even though our emotions will be stirred up. And that's what these conversations are supposed to do. So that's why, Brother 2K, I'm always open and willing to participate in these type of dialogues, especially with yourself and the platform that you have here. And I'm looking forward for the people to engage in everything that we will be sharing with them. This is going to be a powerful discussion.
Hey, so I wanted to ask you, as you were providing that definition, the concept of the 14th Amendment citizen, would that be someone that's considered stateless in the confine of that definition that you read? If you can explain.
That is a great question. I say that with all honesty. So yes, absolutely. Those who fall up under the status of a 14th Amendment citizen is absolutely stateless. And there's another term that we can introduce to the people while we talking about that 14th Amendment, and that is a quasi citizen. A quasi citizen, and meaning, and you look at the terms that's laid out in the 14th Amendment, and it's really right there in front of the people's face. But many people don't take it beneath the surface level. And they're telling you that you are a citizen of the United States. That needs to be qualified. That's interesting. So you're a citizen of the United States. And then there's an important word. The word is a 3-letter word. It's the word and. That word and, in this situation is very, very dangerous because you are not just a citizen of the United States. Because first we got to figure out what the United States is. Most people have a wrong perception of what the United States actually is. So, and then you go behind that and you are a citizen of the state in which you reside. That word reside is very powerful in law. And most of us don't know what a resident, what it means to reside. You know, we're talking about people being pretty much diminished to be a thing and not a human being or not a natural person. Because that word person, there's two sides to that coin. Are you an artificial person or are you a natural person? So to answer your question briefly, yes, those who fall up under the 14th Amendment, which is actually unconstitutional, and I'm sure we'll dive into that later, are stateless persons. Absolutely. They are considered wards of the state.
I kind of see, kind of naturally, we're kind of just going through and just about touching on a number of the topics we're going to go into today. But I wanted to clarify, as you were expressing individuals not understanding what the United States is, that um, I would say you are leading to expressing within the definition, it's considered Washington, D.C., because there are many, there, there are different definitions for the United States. And in the scope of what you had just said, I can only identify that to mean Washington, D.C. So is that correct? Based on how you were explaining not knowing what the United States is, that you were leading to qualify it by being Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, that's absolutely on point, brother. So when we think about the term United States, it's actually the 10 square mile radius, and what you just described as DC. Absolutely.
Okay. And also, as you were speaking about the res, as I touch down on the concept of the status, as we'll get into, what status is, as you gave a concept to what stateless is. And for that res, and for talking about status, there is a term that I speak on a lot called the resident of the state. Um, I don't hear too many people really talking about that status, but I like to focus on that status because that's the one that's most prominently within the statutes that we're being presumed subject, and we're not understanding, one, either how it happened, or two, how to even either remove it or defeat it, when again, even within in the statute, it's there, although folks will say, well, I'm not contracting, or they'll have these different things within their understudy that they go by, but that does not take away from the point that within their statute, seeing how they function as an administrative entity, they have it documented that they got you listed as a resident of the state. They say 30 days, we presume that this is what it is. So we're going to talk about how you overcome that presumption outside of, just saying, well, I'm not contracting, or do you want to contract, with me? And a number of these tactics that individuals go through and then can't understand why certain maneuvers are still happening, to them. So the presumption of continuity, also that feeds as well into the scope of status, right? Um, the presumption of continuity, you all, that's a doctrine, okay? It's a doctrine that all the states use across the board. And what it says, if you look up to learn more about the presumption of continuity and that doctrine, what it says is once they identify you as a particular status for continuity, that's how they see you until you do a particular thing to not be within that continuity. Okay. So what I'm trying not to do is give up everything, all at once, as we're going to build into, these concepts so that you all can truly understand what's going on, and hopefully will provide a broader sense of knowledge and information that you can use to edify things that you've learned, or for some of you, if this is your first time, in the room and hearing these conversations, welcome, right? So this is also the elevation, room, and CP is the creator and originator, of the elevation room. So want to make sure you all have knowledge of that and that you're able to get access, to that. CP also has a Discord, room. We both have Discord rooms. His Discord room is the elevation, room. You can definitely inbox him, to get the link to his Discord room. And I also have a Discord room, which is EBAR. And EBAR is evidence-based academic research. So, our rooms and, our communities, it's all centered around substantive. Like, if you can't go in and research that these things have some historical record of founding, then you're not going to hear us talking about it. That is one of the things that set us apart from a number of people, because I hear people talking when they go off, into their rant. It sound good, but they have nothing to ultimately base what they're saying when they get into that philosophy and vain deceit type conversation. So presumption of continuity, we're going to deal with that. And investigative spirit, you all, I believe I'm introducing the investigative spirit to a number of people as a part of Fourth Amendment advocacy, and having individuals to understand the importance of the Fourth Amendment being a real concept to prevent the overreaching acts of the policy enforcers or law enforcement officers, whatever you want to call them. And I can speak to how with Fourth Amendment advocacy, I've actually used certain tactics or certain strategies within the justice initiative that I created called Protection Against Search and Seizure to maintain immunity, degrees of immunity for over 20 years. No tricks, not trying to be above the law. And, I don't think, that the law doesn't apply to me. It's just understanding how law works, and how within the Hybel case, it tells us to exercise our right against the government. So I take those words coming from the justices, I take those words serious. So It's unfortunate, though, that when you want to exercise your right, that they have counterintelligence out there that would want people to believe when you start saying you're exercising your right that you're some sort of sovereign citizen or something along those lines. And, I really think that's offensive, right? That's almost like for us to anytime we see somebody in a blue uniform, we just say, oh, that's a pig, or we sit up and we say, all law enforcement officers are corrupt. Okay. That's no different than them, sitting back saying anyone that exercised their rights, hey, they're sovereign citizens. So I'd like to identify those as dangerous indicators. Okay. And, so looking at what was I talking about? Oh, the investigative sphere. So looking at how the Fourth Amendment is a defense against their fast moving offense, I can get into explaining certain things that I've done, throughout the years that have been successful, and also looking to get more people interested in the advocacy, of Fourth Amendment and being able to stand under that umbrella, because more than anything, we realize the people need protection. Okay. Um, the last thing I have down there is legitimacy. All right, so that's another concept that people may be familiar with, but I like to focus on it because, like CP say, a lot of times we take these words and we think we know what they mean, but legitimacy is a concept, you all within all the things that we do, and it says that for the people we have accepted that something is proper, appropriate, and just. So anytime you hear them within their capacity, within the agency or within the administration, and you hear them use the term legitimacy, you must know they're using it to identify with something that's sought or seen to be proper, appropriate, and just. So when you look at a lot of the instances and when you look at a lot of things that happen to us as we're out here moving around, we don't feel based on legitimacy that these things are proper, appropriate, and just. In fact, a number of us have an issue, with a whole lot of things that are, happening out here. So we need to be able to address what legitimacy is, even as we look to move within the scope of reclaiming our autonomy and dealing with decolonization. And I'm just trying to explain to folks, this ain't no joke. A lot of y'all, you all, you talk that talk, but when it come down to, actually, as they would say, the rubber, meeting the road, y'all start walking backwards. And the point of reclaiming autonomy and decolonization, that don't mean you can have one foot in and one foot out. It's basically understanding if you're talking about decolonization, you're not continuing to look at how you're supporting a system that they've created that was never meant to benefit you, as folks are talking about generational wealth, and building banks and black economics and reparations, and none of those things are going to work for you, inside of, their system, in their government. And, you keep voting, for your own demise. I'll just say it like that. So with decolonization, if you realize we are a people we're a nation of people being ruled by another nation of people. It's a unique anomaly. It's almost like nobody else on the planet can you really find that see themselves in the position that they are a nation being ruled by another nation. So we're trying to unravel that, and we're looking to decolonize, and we're looking to not be stateless, and we're looking to define what our status is, and we're looking to move outside of the presumption of continuity, and we're looking to make sure the investigative sphere is not something that continues to harm us. And when it comes down to legitimacy, we want to be able to articulate what is proper, appropriate, and just for us. Those things have not been clearly defined. For us being the people, we've not yet been able to identify what our interest is. We haven't been able, to identify what our agenda is. And we do have a lot of people doing a lot of things. And for a number of us, we've been individually over here and over there. And then for those that are doing certain things, they're rather closed fist. And the point to create broader networks, it's a challenge. So between myself and CP, we're looking to do things differently, by having broader networks and, having broader networks and really dealing with true individuals that want to do this work and want to see, the fruit to the labor in this lifetime, making it beneficial for more than just yourself type thing. All right, so let's get back to it, you all. Going back into decolonization. This is unique here too, as I'm wondering if we'll be able to let people come up on the stage, as well, once we get into, all of our teaching, for them to, have questions. All right, but CP, yeah, go ahead, start us out where you want to start within the scope of the line items. Let me say it that way.
I think with the thorough explanation that you just gave, we can start from the top and work our way down. Because a lot of people who I meet, and let me just pause and say this. Let me just pause. I appreciate everybody that's tapping the screen. Show love to the platform. If this platform supports you, then I confidently ask you to support this platform. Invest in the things that invest in you, and we are pouring out to our people things that our people have not been taught in public schools. They don't teach these things in school for a reason. So I came to the point where I had to build the confidence to even ask people to be bold enough to support those things will support you. There's a lot of platforms on here that deal with the hee ha ha's and sensationalism topics. People want to talk about all the BS that's going on with celebrities. But I ask you all to consider the things that we are sharing here. And these type of topics, the things that we share, it can put us in a negative spotlight with some people who don't want you all to find out what we are sharing. So if you have ears, then you hear exactly what I just said to you. So with that being said, I ask that you all strongly consider to invest in this platform, show love to 2K, and let's continue these type of discussions because they're not teaching this in school for a reason. So one of the things they don't teach is the first line item, which is at the top of the screen. It says, what is decolonization? And what I notice is, and share the room out, you all. Share the room. I think we got about 8, 9 people here. Share this room out. Share, share, share. All right. I can't say it enough. Share this room out. Let's get 50, 60, 70 people in here. All right. So, and as those people come in, I wonder, do most of our people realize what is colonization? Because to comprehend decolonization, you see that prefix DE? Sort of like you degrease something, you take the grease away from it. Well, first, we have to figure out what is colonization. And when I speak about colonization, I like to introduce the term to the people as a kind of foundational statement, something to build off of, is the term non self governing territories. Say it again on purpose. Non self governing territories. Just because where you happen to stay, you consider that place as the state of Indiana, the state of New York, the state of California, etc., etc. Don't let the word state throw you off, because eventually, when we get to the line item, what is stateless and what is status, we're going to share with the people what type of states actually exist in international law. All states are not the same. And as a reflection to what we just talked about as far as the United States and where it's located geographically versus what's connotatively presented to the people, is that there are different types of citizens. There's different types of citizens. And let me go on a limb and say that for those who are tapping the screen, for those who are sending gifts, I've noticed that there are different types of gifters. We have gifters who see the true value of these type of discussions. They see the true value of the people who hold these discussions that sometimes may be targeted by law enforcement and other agencies, three-letter agencies that don't want this information to get out to you. So you have those type of gifters, and then you got those gifters that go all performance-based. Every time you say something that they like, then they give a gift, right? But I'm just highlighting that there's different types of states, different types of statuses, and yes, different types of gifters. And we appreciate them all. So when we talk about these non-self-governing territories that operate under the name of state of, we need to figure out, why is it important to now talk about decolonization? Once our people recognize that you are, if you are here in the so-called 50 states, you are inside of what's called a non-self-governing territory. Absolutely. Not because CP says so, not because C2K says so, because this can be validated by looking at the United Nations. Watch this. The United Nations Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. This resolution, which is called Resolution 1514, came out in the year 1960. Yes, we're talking about decolonization on an international level. Now, Resolution 1514 came with a mandate. That mandate came out the very same year. Check that out. Is Resolution 1541. So all he did was switch around two numbers. You got 1514, and then you got Resolution 1541, which gives the mandate for all of those peoples who are a part of those non-self-governing territories. They're supposed to be receiving this information way back since 1960. And I'll land my plane shortly. Way back in 1960, the Hyper-European, the representatives of these so-called 50 states of these non-self-governing territories, they was charged with a mandate to come back after that meeting in 1960 with the United Nations, because they're obligated to this. So we're going to talk about aspects of contract law. Absolutely we are. They are obligated by contract to come and give this same information that C2K and CP Corny ass is giving to the people right now, this second. We are not supposed to be the ones who are presenting this information to you, but because in the 1960s, our people was entertaining civil rights, and that's important also, 2K, because our people still to this day don't have human rights. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting, if anybody asks me. But nonetheless, we are dealing with non-self-governing territories, and these non-self-governing territories have three options. And I'm going to land after I go over these three options. I think it's a good place to start as we start with line item number 1 up there that says, what is decolonization? Those three options are for a non-self-governing territory to emerge as either a free association. That's one option. They can emerge as a integrating state, And that means, let's define that, you can integrate with the independent state. Let me give an example of that so we don't be confused going forward. The Cherokee Nation will be considered integrating with the independent state. What's the independent state that is integrating with? You got it. The United States of America, right? Because they are not fully sovereign. They have integrated with the United States. This is also why they cannot decolonize up under that said status. We're gonna get to that later. But the third option is to emerge as a fully independent state. Fully independent. What are we talking about, CP? You confusing me. We're still talking about line item number one, decolonization. These things was discussed at the United Nations in 1960. I can't harp on it enough. But how come you never heard of it? How come she never heard of it? How come none of these representatives came back and dispensed this information that we have to hold a TikTok platform live in order to share with our people? This is why I want you all to please consider sharing this room. I can't think of too many more important topics of discussion going on TikTok Live right now, especially with the majority of these topics being tied to sensationalism, what's going on with a damn celebrity. Okay, and that has its time and place, but we have to get our affairs in order. But it's hard for people to even care about getting their affairs in order because they don't recognize the status. That's another line item. They don't recognize the status of the said government in which they are entertaining. My brother C2K, I'm listening very carefully. He brought up the fact that many of us think we can vote our way out of this issue. That's not going to happen. Voting is a sign of consent. No matter what party you vote for, it's a sign of consent. Consent of what, CP, as you land that long ass plane? Well, it's a sign of consenting to you still being ruled over as non-self-governing peoples. Every time you vote, you pretty much tell the world, tell the United States, I don't care if you call them de facto or not. Every time you vote, the Democrat, Republic, Independent, doesn't make a difference. Every time you vote in that system, you are telling them that you consent to be ruled over. So I can't express, C2K, how much, first of all, I appreciate you hosting these topics, and two, for me to be a part of these discussions, because our people really need to know. I yield right there.
Absolutely. So I was also sending out invites trying to see if it will actually allow people to come up on the stage. So I'm sure you'll be able to do the same thing on your side, because I really do want to hear from those that are spectating, those that are in the audience. If this is your first time hearing, this information, and just what your thoughts are, and or what for some of you, like what your experiences may have been in dealing with this information. One of those, the concepts that you brought out, CP, and I'm still studying it myself. The non-governed territories. How did you say that? What is that concept again? When it comes to the states, they're non-governing. If you can explain what that is a little bit more.
Sure. So when we talk about the 50 states of, state of New York, state of California, state of Florida, these are called non-self-governing territories. Non-self-governing territories. I want to go on my iPad real quick, because some things are freestyle and some things are, excuse that. Some things are freestyle and some things I like to kind of just give to the people word for word. So I'm going to go to what is a non-self-governing territory. All right. It's very important that we comprehend. And this is going to lead us into what types of states actually exist. Because like I said before, you got different type of TikTok gifters. You got different type of citizens of the United States. And you got different type of states. People deserve to know, especially our people. So first, let's start with a non-self-governing territory. What in the heck is that? So according not to CP, I love to say that part, totally unbiased. Not according to my good brother 2K, also unbiased, but according to international law. You see, our people need to comprehend to step up to the international law language. Law language is jurisdiction, essentially, when you separate the words, because that's a compound word. Juris, take note, juris is referring to at law. The things referring to at law. Diction, as in dictionary, is referring to language, words, spoken words. So you put those two compound words together because we're smarter than fifth graders up in here. I don't know about other platforms that's dealing with the hee hee ha ha, but we're doing forensics here. You're dealing with law language. All right, so let's figure out what a non-self-governing territory is according to my feelings. Not according to my feelings. We're going to look at international law. These are places where inhabitants have not attained a full measure of self-government. One more again. A non-self-governing territory according to my feelings, according to my religion. No, we're not going by that. That's not going to get us that far. We're going to look at international law. A non-self-governing territory is places where inhabitants have not yet attained a full, you see that word full? A full measure of self-government. There we go. There we go. So the inhabitants of whatever state of that you happen to stay in, state of New Mexico, state of Louisiana, no matter, the inhabitants of those territories are not self-governing. Now that should raise our awareness to, oh, that makes sense. That makes total sense because the people are not self-governing. They are being governed over. And they have been governed over ever since the United States overthrew the Republic. So that's a history lesson that's also going to be revealed within this conversation because that's going to add context. Context is very important with these discussions because you may have heard me crack jokes about according to CP's religion, according to CP's feelings. But the reason I do those things is so we can realize that our feelings and our religion, our emotions, they have their proper place. Do not get the corny guy confused. Those things have their proper place in our lives, but we need not to allow them to blind us any longer. Any longer from this point going forward. We need not to get blinded or distracted by those things so we can realize the true status, which is another line item, 2K, the true status and condition of our people, not just individually, but as a whole. Because as a whole, the world and the international, the United Nations look at the individuals here as pretty much being okay with being governed over. I can't say that enough. We are showing the world, the other sovereign nations of the world, that we are okay with being governed by a bully. Look up the word hegemony. Hegemony, or the term hegemon. The other nations of the world, not because CP says so, look at what they're saying. They recognize that the United States is a hegemon, and guess what? The rest of the world is tired of it, but you keep voting for it. Very, very interesting. So these non-self-governing territories, they have to emerge at some point as being a full measure, as it says. I'm reading it word for word. A full measure of self-governing. But we can't get there until we recognize that you're in a non-self-governing territory. Now, real quick, I want to go to add context to that. I want to look at a treaty. I want to look at a treaty that's very important for our discussion going forward. All right. And the treaty it's called the Law of Treaties. All right. And it's the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties 1969. Why is this important, CP? This is very boring. It's not boring to those who actually want to get this work done. It's not boring to those who want to break the generational curses. It's definitely not boring to those who are here that's sharing the room out, regardless of how unpopular it may be, because we're going to make this thing popular. So we're going to go to the Law of Treaties, 1969, and we're going to look at the different types of states that corny CP was just mentioning, because we're not making any of these things up. The brother 2K, he can be doing his own personal thing right now. I can be doing my own personal thing right now. But we are investing into the people. So I don't have no fear to ask you all to invest in what's invested in you, because they're not teaching this in school for a very specific reason. So I'm going to go to Article 2. This is reference point, the Law of Treaties, 1969. I'm going to go to Article 2, and it says use of terms. Oh my goodness. That's interesting, C2K. Article 2 in this treaty called the Law of Treaties is called the use of terms. Our people use terms very loosely. Very, very loosely. We use terms. But now we're going to raise our awareness to what these terms mean in international law. And it's going to change our frequency going forward, at least for those who want to get this work done. I know everybody don't want to get this work done. I know. So we're going to go down to where it says a negotiating state, because that's a type of state. A negotiating state means a state which took part in the drawing up and adoption of the text of a treaty. One more time. This is a type of state. Do you know what type of state that you exist in? We're going to help you figure that out for yourself. A negotiating state is a state that took part in the drawing up or the creation and adoption of a treaty. There's another type of state. And thank you, Anna. It's always good to see you here, Anna. I appreciate you so much, especially what you do in your lives. Another type of state is a contracting state. What the heck is a contracting state? Well, according to international law, this is a state which has consented. That word consent is very important in contract law. This is a state that has consented to be bound by a treaty, whether or not the treaty has actually entered into force. What's another type of state? A party. You thought we was going to dance and juke and jive, didn't you? That's not what a party means in international law. Keep your dancing shoes on. You might dance after me and 2K get done sharing these things with you, but that's not what a party means in international law. A party is a type of state. Let me prove it to you. Very interesting. A party means a state which has consented to be bound by the treaty and for which the treaty is actually in force. That's what it means to be a party in international law, not a party in your basement, not a party at the club down the street where people getting drunk and passing out. We're not talking about that type of party. We're raising our awareness here. What's another type of state? Here it is. Remember, I was just talking about those 50 states in which we have been trained, the key word trained, like animals, to think that these states of are actually de jure states. This is where all 50 states, C2K and everybody else here who's sharing this room out, tapping the screen, we appreciate it. This is what those 50 states fall up under. Here it is, and we can validate it. It won't even take that long. The term third state. Yes, state of New York, state of California, everything else in between are third states. What does it mean, CP? Well, here's what it means. A third state means a state that is not party to the treaty. Very short, very sweet, direct to the point. One more time. A third state means a state that is not a party to the treaty. The state of California, the state of New York, everything in between, they are not a party to the treaty that the United States of America is a party to. That might be heavy surface level, but we're going to dive into these things. 2K, I just felt it to be necessary for us to introduce to the people while we're talking about decolonization. While you asked me the very wise question of going to what's a non-self-governing territory, I felt it to be wise to introduce to the people what type of states there are in international law so people can recognize what type of state that they are in.
Right. Yep, that is correct, man. I mean, well, you almost had me over here shouting like we having church in another form and or way, right here. So I do have one guest up on the panel, and I would open the floor. Sasha, are you there? You can ask your question, or you may have
Peace
had
and love.
something you wanted to
Hi,
share
CP.
about the
I'm on this
United.
side. I was trying to give him the join me heart, but I can't do it from this phone either. All right. I
Oh,
wanted to
okay.
show okay, the as far as the of um etymology of is like saying off. That's like saying off of. Now the three United States, that's what I was going to go through. And you see I have it here. I keep this on my wall because when I was doing etymology, the person that teaches me, that goes through etymology with me, this is what he had me print out. And it says, the three United States, the standing 1945 Supreme Court definition of the term United States. The term United States may be used in any one of several senses. It may be merely the name of a sovereign occupying the position analogous to that of other sovereigns in the family of nations. Two, it may designate the territory over which the sovereignty of the United States extends. Or three, it may be the collective name of the states which were united by and under the Constitution. And it's Hoven and Allison Company versus Evitt 324 U.S. 651, 1945. And then it's Black's Law Dictionary, 6th edition, definition of the United States. United States, this term has several meanings. One, it may be merely the name of a sovereign occupying the position analogous to that of other sovereigns and family of nations. Two, it may designate territory over which sovereignty of United States extends. Or three, it may be collective names of states which are united by and under the Constitution. Hoven and Allison Corporation v. Evitt, United States, Ohio, 324 U.S. 652, 65 S.C.T. 870. I can't see those numbers. 89 L.E.D. 1252. Black's Law Dictionary, 6th edition. And then it's Which One Are You by the Informer. 1. I am a citizen of the United States, like you are a citizen of China. Here you have defined yourself as a national from a nation with regard to another nation. And it's perfectly okay to call yourself a citizen of the United States. 1. This is what everybody thinks the tax statutes are inferring. But notice the capital C in citizen and where it's placed, and you go back to English. 2. I am a United States citizen with a little c. Here you have defined yourself as a person residing in the District of Columbia, one of its territories or federal enclaves, area within a union state or living abroad, which could be in one of in the states of the union or a foreign country. Therefore, you are possessed by the entity United States. Congress, because citizen is in small case, again go back to the basic English. This is the United States, too. The tax statutes are referring to, unless unless stated otherwise, such as 26 USC 60, 6103B 5. And 3, I am a citizen of these United States. Here you have defined yourself as a citizen of all 50 states united by and under the Constitution. You are not possessed by Congress. United States 2. In this way, you have a national domicile, not by a state or United States domicile, and are not subject to any instrumentality or subdivision of corporate governmental entities. Those are the 3 United States.
Thank you so very much, Sasha, with that thorough breakdown there. And from there, I'm going to read a definition for a state because you answered the question when you say United States, like you really do have to know which one is being spoken of. And too often we're left to just assume these things, you all. And in assuming um, more than 100% up, well, let me say 99.9% of the time in the assumption, folks are wrong about how they are using these terms. And if we're not on the same page with how a term is being used within the grammatical structure, then yeah, we can't like come out with the same understanding. Okay, so here's that definition for state. And there are other definitions, but I like this definition as it helps us to understand how the concept of states are maneuvering over a geographical area. So here's my definition. State, okay, a state is sovereign in its territory, which is also known as jurisdiction. That's a simple definition. That definition right there is not talking about Florida, as you know Florida to be a state, or Georgia, or New York, as you know it to be a state. That's talking about a state being a jurisdiction. And a lot of times we don't see it that way. We're not considering it that way. But when you talk about the United States, or when you talk about it being Washington, D.C., or when we talk about the administrative state, you all, these are nothing more than jurisdictions being identified, as states. So I'm going to save later to then talk about that coterminous jurisdiction as we then look to understand how they're overlapping, sharing the same geographical boundary, and then what we're witnessing in real time today being the conflict between the jurisdictions and how the people have been trapped in the middle of this conflict, being the commodity of the state. And when I say state, I'm talking about the jurisdiction. The commodity of the state, meaning they're fighting over who has right and or possession over the commodity. Now, a number of you may say in your mind, no, not me, and but I'm telling you, from a logistical standpoint, this is what's happening to people, in real time when you're approached by any degree or form of a policy enforcer and or a law enforcement agency out, in this world. It's based on that concept,
Mhm.
that they view you as a commodity belonging to a particular jurisdiction. So um, I'll save the conversation for that as we move further down into getting to the conterminous jurisdiction. Okay, so back to you, CP, and you may want to respond to what Sasha said, or you may want to go into further discussion based on where you left off.
Can I say one thing before I drop too? So, yeah, and just think about too. I live in New York State. Everything though around here says the state of New York. Think about that.
Right.
Yep, that's where we're getting caught up at.
Okay. Thank you, Sasha. All right, CP, it's on you.
Yeah, I was gonna say I appreciate Sasha, and it wasn't a response; it was a build. And sister, you don't have to drop down unless you choose freely to do so, because this is all about
I
building.
was doing my hair. That's why I was gonna.
Okay, because she made some extremely important points, and I think that most people, 2K, they don't realize that the republic has been overthrown. It has been overthrown, and she just pretty much highlighted that without saying those terms. But you know me, I'm corny enough to say those terms. That's why you got the state of, and then you got New York State, right? Because one is reflecting a republic. And think about this: many people have heard this term before. The United States of America, the Republic, excuse me, United States of America Republic, the house in which no one lives. One more time, the United States of America Republic, the house in which no one lives. So the Republic still stands. Think about the Pledge of Allegiance. There's a correlation there. We smarter than fifth graders, right? I pledge allegiance to the flag, and it's not even a flag. That's interesting. Anyway, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic. It doesn't say democracy. And to the republic for which it stands. That republic was overthrown officially. Let's put a timestamp on this shit. 1861. 1861. That overthrow was solidified 10 years later by the Organic Act of Congress, 1871. This is why I love to study history. And just as a disclaimer, just because I study history doesn't mean I know it all. But let's up the ante a little bit. Let's up the ante. We got a definition of state on the table. Mother Sasha just provided great context. We also went over the different types of state. Now let's go to a treaty. Treaty. CP always talking about treaties and shit. Let's go to a treaty so we can up the ante on exactly what a state is and how it functions, and possibly more important, what makes a state. Like the ingredients. Like when you make a soup, what ingredients are you putting in that pot to make that soup? Well, it's certain things that make a state du jour. So I want to introduce to our conversation. Let's go to 1933. I know I got us time traveling. I just took it to 1969. Now let's go to 1933. 2K, did the brother who came on stage, do he want to speak? Because I ain't want to interrupt him if he did.
Oh, I had just brought him up. If you want to let him, he can, or we can wait till after you explain what you wanted to explain. It's up to you.
Oh, I yield. I have no problem yielding. I'm patient.
All right, so
All is well.
Hello.
Foxy Scott. Okay, Scott, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys?
What you have that you would like to add to the discussion? Thank you for coming into the room as well.
I mean, I just joined. I got no idea what this is even about.
Oh wow.
So you need to get off stage then. You need to get off stage. Why come to the stage and you don't even know what the room is about?
Well, I can read. I mean,
Okay, well, sit down for a second, because right now you're being disruptive. You came on my platform, you did the same thing on my platform. I was just giving you space to see if you're going to do the same thing here. Now I'm on your ass. Sit down for a second. Okay? And I don't mean to do that on your platform, 2K, but this is, people don't realize that I don't know about you, good brother 2K, and I share this on my platform all the time. I get threats from law enforcement for the things that I share with people. I have no time to play with trolls. Read the room. Why you gonna come in somebody's room and hop dead on stage and then I don't know what y'all talking about, I'm just on stage? What the hell you doing, man? Come on, I don't play with this. People lost their lives for a lot less. This information can get somebody, I'm not even gonna go there. Rights and duties of states, 1933, right back on track. Thanks for that reset. The rights and duties of states. 1933 is called the Montevideo Convention. All right, this is a treaty. It's a treaty that the United States of America is bound by. Remember that word consent that we went over earlier? Okay, so they consented to be bound by the terms of this treaty that I'm introducing as evidence to the people right now. And of course, to the people that give a damn, because we got some people here that don't give a damn. They just want to stage hop from this swimming pool to that swimming pool. So let's go find out, because remember, what are we doing? We're upping the ante on this term state. So if we go to Article 1, the very first article, it tells us what a state is according to CP's religion. No, it doesn't. It tells us what a state is according to how CP feels in the morning. That doesn't work either. It tells us what a state is according to international law. Period. Article 1 says, the state as a person. So, hold on. Did I just hit the word person? Yes, you did. So the state is a person. We talked briefly, C2K, earlier about that 14th Amendment. That 14th Amendment has the word person in it also, doesn't it? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Does. All right, so this is 1933. It says the state as a person of international law should possess the following qualifications. Here's one of those qualifications. A permanent population. Here's another one. A defined territory. Here's one, 2K, that people get mad at CP about. C says a government. So we're not talking about no LLC. We ain't talking about no private banker. We ain't talking about no 508c1. We ain't talking about that. A government. And D is, in my opinion, just as important as C. D is the capacity to enter into relations with other states. Those are the ingredients. I didn't make the ingredients up. We have to raise our awareness. This is 1933, by the way. I can't say that enough. We have to raise our awareness in our conversations to reflect the customary norms, is what it's called. The customary norms of international law. We must. I can't say it enough. We must. Failure to do so will continue to be entertaining the reason why my people, our people, still don't have human rights in 2026, and that's fucking ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. And somebody needs to be corny enough and brave enough to tell our arrogant asses that. It is fucking ridiculous. That's why we ain't got time to play with Foxy Scott and nobody else. It's fucking ridiculous. But we know about our religion, right? We know how to praise Allah. We know how to praise Jesus. We know how to argue over these holy books. But we don't know how to enforce international law. That's very interesting to me. Very interesting. Article 2. Article 2 is like a handshake to what Article 1 is saying. Article 2 says, the federal state shall constitute a sole person. There's that word person again, 2K. It says the federal state shall constitute a sole person in the eyes of international law. Interesting, because the state of California is not a sole person in international law. What's that confirmation of? That's confirmation of what the corny guy said earlier, that these 50 so-called states they are actually non-self-governing territories up under a jurisdiction that you very well said earlier. And we're going to expose to the people in this conversation that the jurisdictions operating here are layered. They are layered. And that goes into that term that you brought up earlier, good brother. And it's actually on the screen right now for those following along. So the jurisdictions that's operating here, they are layered. What is the superior jurisdiction? This can be a tricky one, but we're going to iron this out as we go along. What is the superior jurisdiction that our people have been trained, keyword trained, by the miseducation system that most people recognize as government? The answer is the United States. Most people think that there is nothing higher above that. I'll say it again so I don't confuse nobody. Most people think that the ceiling, as far as the supreme authority, is, or should I say the highest level of jurisdiction, aka the supreme authority, is the United States of America. No. Let me expose the layers to you all. This is why, 2K, I took time strategically, by the way, to introduce to those who are listening, not trolling, because trolling is a job. So we got to respect that they got a job. Just like the people at McDonald's got jobs to make Big Macs. All right. So we're not going to get mad at the trolls. We're just going to identify them. And me and 2K, we don't eat Big Macs. Okay? But you still got a job to make them, put cheese on them, sesame seed buns. We respect that. Just we don't eat them. Just go serve that shit somewhere else. Now, here's the layers. And remember earlier, I brought up the Cherokee Nation. Guess what? That's a jurisdiction. That's a jurisdiction that no one here can deny, unless they just want to argue. And we don't entertain invalid arguments. Remember the exercise that CP gave a couple weeks ago, teaching people about valid arguments, invalid arguments? Now those type of lessons come in handy, because we're not going to tolerate invalid arguments. We'll tolerate a valid one, but we're not going to tolerate no invalid argument. So the Cherokee Nation is a jurisdiction, but where is it located? And let's fine tune that a little bit, 2K. Okay. The Cherokee Nation has its own court system. Yep, they sure do. They have their own police department. Yep, sure do. You see? So they're operating as, let me see, as a form of sovereignty. But remember, when I read a non-self-governing territory, it spoke about the peoples, the inhabitants, have not yet attained a full measure of self-governance. So they have limited sovereignty, is what it's recognized as. They have limited sovereignty, but guess what? Cherokees and the rest of the Native Americans, and I got some of my family, so we're not shooting shots here. Let's not get the corny guy confused. I got Native Americans. My great grandmother told me about her Native American past, and I shared that in full on my platform. So we're not shooting shots at Indians. We're not trying to tear down Native Americans. But the fact that can be proven over and over again is that all Native Americans, all Indians, are still United States citizens. But remember what the corny guy said. See, 2K, the beautiful thing about these conversations, for those who are here actively listening, we got some people here that still want to listen to argue, or what I call listen to respond. For those who are listening to receive, now things, sort of like a puzzle, these things are coming together as we continue to go on with this conversation. Because not only are they United States citizens, but remember what I said earlier, there's different types of citizens. Just like you have different types of gifters on TikTok. Yeah, you got different types of states. I just proved that. So they have limited sovereignty that other quote unquote United States citizens don't have. That's why I highlighted to you all, they got their own courts, they got their own police departments, they got reservations, right? So let me get done with this. I don't want to overlabel that. You got the Cherokee Nation. Where is it located geographically? It's located within the state of Oklahoma. Interesting. What are we talking about? Don't forget, we're talking about jurisdiction is layered here. There's layers of jurisdiction that our people had not been taught on purpose. Cherokee Nation is located within the geographical border known as the state of Oklahoma. That's a jurisdiction. Where is the state of Oklahoma located? You got it. It's not a trick question. You got it. It's located within the quote unquote United States of America. You see? Now, here's the thing to why I brought us to 1933, the rights and duties of states. Now we should be able to comprehend exactly what's going on. Because the United States of America is, let's go to Article 2 very carefully, 2K, very carefully. Article 2 says, the federal state shall constitute a sole person in the eyes of international law. When you look at the United Nations, when you look at the meetings that they have, you don't see no damn representative from the state of California there with a placard that says state of California. You don't see that. You don't see no representative from the state of New York sitting down with a placard in front of him that says state of New York. You don't see that. I see bells going off right now. I feel the electricity. That's common sense kicking in. That's your intuitive mind coming back to where it needs to be because you've been robbed of it. Why don't you see the state of Illinois with a placard in front of it at the United Nations? Because that's not the person in international law. Oh boy, I think we're getting somewhere slowly but surely. Because the United States has usurped the sovereignty of the republics. Let's not forget. This is an interesting fact, and I give it right back to you, 2K, because we're going somewhere. Let's not forget, history lesson, very quick. 1780, you have what's called the Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union. I love those two words, my good brother 2K. What two words? Perpetual Union. Because the union was supposed to be perpetual, never ending. Now, we have to comprehend that each one of these states originally was supposed to be its own country. Yes, that's why every state has its own constitution. Every state has its own flag. You see? Every state has a president. CP, you stretching it now. Every state don't have a president. Yeah, I think we both right. You're right and I'm right. Let me just fine tune we're saying potato, because the president of these states are not called presidents. They're called governors. See? Now, we look at what took place in 1861. Many of our people here are already familiar with that time period. That's when the Civil War kicked off. So after the Civil War, you have Abraham Lincoln doing something that's very peculiar that a lot of our people, including me, I didn't learn this until 2 years ago. And I've been teaching on these topics for about 6 years now. But I didn't learn this key aspect until about 2 years ago. Abraham Lincoln, and I quote, he says, because don't forget, the southern states seceded. You know, you had the Confederacy, right? And the Confederacy had their own constitution. They created their own constitution, you all, the Confederacy. Yes, you can't make this shit up with a movie script. And they went to war against who? Against the Union states. Oh, but I thought the Union was supposed to be perpetual. Absolutely it was. It was never supposed to cease. But there was operations, there was hybrid Europeans who already wanted to overthrow the Republic back in George Washington's day. That can be validated as well. But we're going to take our time and slow stroke this thing so we don't lose nobody in translation. These key points are very important, and the trolls do not want this information to get out for obvious reasons. For obvious reasons. But we're going to allow the trolls to continue to make the Big Mac sandwiches with the sesame seed buns, pickles, and special sauce. We just not going to eat that shit. Okay? So Abraham Lincoln said, quote, by the power vested in me, I now reconvene both houses of Congress, end quote. Very important for our people to comprehend. He didn't have the power as president to do that lawfully. This is what's known as the separation of powers being put in place, so shit like that can't happen. He did it anyway. How did he do it, CP? So you can land this plane. I'm tired of hearing your ass talk. Good, because sometimes I get tired of talking. I'll land on this note. He did it by way of something called emergency war powers. Emergency war powers that are still in effect today. You deserve to know it. Our people need to know it. Why? Because it's a reflection of the status and condition that we are existing in right now in what we call United States of America. All right? So I want to land right there, 2K. I don't want to over-labor that, but I just wanted to introduce to the people, again, 1933, it's called the Rights and Duties of States. And what did we just do? We just raised our awareness of not just the different types of state, but actually now we comprehend what a state is in international law. And it is not the state of California. It is not the state of New York. It is the United States that's recognized as the state on record, which is the sole person. I yield to that.
Absolutely, man. Okay, so we're gonna take this time right here, and we're gonna open up the floor. We got let's see, who is this? This is we got Robert on the stage. And before I let Robert go, I do want to say rights and privileges are different. I see someone in the comments on this side.
I can't hear you.
The impression that rights can be taken away, and I just want them, to understand that rights, the state cannot. Uh, let's see. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Okay, but I want them to understand that rights cannot be restricted or provided or taken by the state, but privileges can. And you have several court cases that qualify, that as well. Okay. One of them is Miranda, and another one, I can't remember. But let's be clear that the state cannot grant you rights, and they cannot take your rights, away. So also I want to use this time to say, make sure you follow CP. Make sure you guys tap the screen. Okay. Make sure you all hit the daily heart. Please share the room. Share the room. We got these discords running in the background. If you all want to have conversations outside of TikTok, this platform, because there's only so much we can discuss here, but inbox us and put Discord, in the comment, in the inbox, and we'll get you connected to CP's Discord is Elevation Room. My Discord is EBAR, which is Evidence-Based Academic Research. We're always, working together, so you're sure to, get the same information, but we want to get you connected. All right, share the live. So right now, Robert, you've been going off in the chat, man.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing? Peace, 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 peace.
So, what do you think about what's being said, and what do you want to
I
add?
can hardly hear you. You got to talk up a little louder.
Oh, okay. Maybe let me come in. Let me reach in. But yeah, just go ahead and tell us what you want to add to the bill.
I think that like everything you were saying was like dead on. And I think that what you're telling the people is something that people really need to hear, and I really hope they're catching what you're saying actually. Especially about having.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear, Robert. That was CP who was doing the orating. He was facilitating, the live at this point.
Okay.
Just clear.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Right,
he
but
was. Well, he was on. He was on point, and and this is something that I've been telling people for a while. We can have our own constitution. We can have our own courts. We can have our own charter. We can have our because we already here in our own land. But I ain't gonna get on all that. This is what I'm gonna say, and this is something that I gotta say. The 13 colonies were on the USAFront contract. They were supposed to come here because the Constitution is the contract. The Constitution is not for everybody. That was a constitution between serfdom immigrants, serfdom, poor, nothing, who came here, and we facilitated contract with them through what everybody is calling the Constitution at the moment, right? Now, when these colonies, or what we see the United States now, right? When they incorporated the handwritten organic constitution, the one they tried to burn up, the one you see in the museums in Philadelphia, any and everything that they say and do put on paper is fraud. Because one, they were never ceded land, not even by Britain. A lot you can, if people go look back at maps, older maps, you'll see that the United States as a corporation was up in the corner of the continent, and it was able to use, I'll just say, military expansion to be able to get more of of what it did. Another thing I would like to point base and caveat very strongly off what the brother was saying. We need to have our own courts. We need to rewrite our own constitution. We need to have our own registry of deeds. We need to build our own military, and we need to become our own government with our own political body and vote ourselves in here in our own continent and give ourselves a medium, just like what you see they do in the United States. Because what people don't understand, when they see us, they don't realize that all these laws you're looking at, they were not written by pale people. They was written by us. They just put color of law on top of what was already there. So, in other words, what I'm trying to say is we don't have to remake the wheel. Everything's here already. The real true government is us. This is why we're held down. This is why you're thrown in jail. This is why people are unalived by government employees. Not because of your skin color, but because you are the beneficiaries of the largest estate on the planet. So when they're talking about, when you're going over all this stuff, I hope that people are getting in their ears, this is what immigrants were doing. But you can do the same thing on your own land. You don't even have to ask permission. It's already written in the Constitution. There's 2 nations here on the land. 2, and it's in black and white. One with all the stipulations of the Constitution and everything that come along with it, and another one that's not. And we can also see that in the Dred Scott case. This is why people who look like me are not citizens and cannot be citizens and have been forbidden pursuant to Supreme Court case law. Because you're the true de jure government. You're not the de facto government. This is why it's held down. I really hope that people is catching the sauce that y'all talk. I just seen this. I've never seen you guys before on TikTok, but I'm glad I came across you guys. What he's saying is correct. I would like to say the states used to be countries and territories, and you guys are right. It's the same thing they're trying to do in Europe. When I did 8 years in the Marine Corps, and I was stationed in Germany, and they try to do the same thing. They're trying to have a United States of Europe. But in order to have a United States of Europe, all of the countries, all of the places that are countries, going to have to become states. So everything you're talking about here is 100% correct. But I would just like to throw this out here. We are the true government, and the only reason the corporation is pawning itself off as a government is because our people are going along with it. And when our people don't go along with it, we are the true judges of the land. We're supposed to be the ones that are running the resources. We're supposed to be the ones that's dealing with the water, with the skies, with the food, all of that. So I hope they getting on a deeper level what you guys are saying here. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Thank you for your comments, CP. What you want to say?
My apologies. I had to switch up the screen because the brother inspired me to put up this backdrop that I had a very impactful lesson here. I think I introduced this teaching my second week here, and I was surprised I had more than 100 people show up in the room, and they was dealing with what's on this picture. Because if this picture right here can speak 1,000 words, I know that the screen is pretty small. Then I'll just go ahead and go into it. You have Uncle Sam, personified, of course. And there's a message on the blackboard. And of course, at the front row, you see immigrants. My brother spoke about immigrants. And I just followed you, brother, because you are the first that I met or came across here on TikTok that spoke about the usufruct. That is very, very important for everybody here to recognize that usufructory. And I'm going to read that definition shortly. But the message on this blackboard, it speaks to what you said earlier, 2K. And speaking about that voting, and I kind of tagged in on it by saying that voting is a sign of consent. So the blackboard says, because I know it's very small, the consent of the governed is a good thing in theory, but is very rare in fact. England has governed her colonies without their consent, and the United States must continue to govern its colonies whether they consent or not. All right? So you see that word consent keeps coming up. Now, I did a whole lesson on this. I just kind of, the brother inspired me to put this up. So I don't want to go into the whole dynamics of what's in this picture, but it's a powerful lesson and I love teaching it. And I actually did this exercise with teenagers and preteens and they went hard on this picture. I was going to say ham. They went hard, ham, they went in on this picture. Children. And they was teaching the adults some things that the adults was missing about this photo. Now, real quick, because the brother was on point. But I definitely followed you, brother. I look forward to linking up with you. And I don't know if you go live or not, but I would definitely love to follow up with you on what you are sharing with the people, because we need to connect and make these topics popular, because right now they're not really popular. But the usufruct, let's go back to that usufruct that he brought up. I'm going to go to, I like to share reference points. I'm going to go to Cornell Law. Cornell Law, and I'm going to look up what the hell is this usufruct? What they talking about? The spelling is USUFRUCT. USUFRUCT. This is very important to our conversation. A usufruct. This is the right to use and benefit from a property while the ownership of which belongs to another person. You see that word person? Oh shit. The person who enjoys the usufruct is called the usufructuary. The usufructuary shall maintain the property as a responsible owner and shall not cause damage to or diminution of the property, except where the property is subject to natural depletion over time. In modern civil law, the usufruct is divided into perfect usufruct and imperfect usufruct or quasi usufruct, depending on whether the property is subject to depletion. The perfect usufruct, the property is used without changing its nature. In the latter, the property cannot be used without being consumed, such as money, food, etc. And the usufructuary shall deliver to the owner at the end of the usufruct the same value, 2K, the same value or the same quantity and quality as at the beginning of the usufruct. At this point, I want to introduce an international law term called post-liminium. It's called post-liminium. Hold that. We're going to deal with that. I'm introducing that term right now. We're going to go deeper into that. But out of respect for what Robert shared, I want to put some validation on what he just said in case anybody don't believe what he said. All right? Because what he said is absolutely on point. If you go to Article 73 of the United Nations Charter, very important article. Remember earlier, 2K, I spoke about Resolution 1514, which speaks about decolonization?
Absolutely.
All right. And I also said that it came with a mandate by way of Resolution 1541. My people, this took place in the 1960s. Our people, we're not mad at them because we can only do what we know. But our people back then was entertaining civil rights. And we had people who was actually government agents in the name of being pastors, reverends, and preachers who continued to push civil rights in our communities. And we fell for it. We fell for it. I'm just highlighting it. We fell for it, but no more. Look at what Article 73 says in relationship to what the brother Robert just shared with us all. Article 73, it says, and look at the title, 2K, a declaration regarding non-self-governing territories. You cannot make this shit up. So it's not a secret to the sovereign nations of the world that these territories are non-self-governing. It's not a secret. It's a secret to the people here. by way of ignorance. And ignorance doesn't mean stupidity. Let's qualify these words. Ignorant means something's being ignored. But now, thanks to 2K hosting this platform, thanks to Robert bringing this up, you have been presented with it. Now you have the ability to move forward and ignore it if you want to. But most of our people haven't even been presented this information. Article 73 says, members of the United Nations which have or assume responsibility for the administration of territories whose peoples have not yet attained a full measure, there's the word again, full measure, a full measure of self-government, recognize the principle that the interest, I got to hang on that word for a minute. Cha-ching, interest. Think about what that word means. The interests of the inhabitants of these territories are paramount. Paramount means first. And accept as a sacred trust. Trust. Turn over that Federal Reserve note that you got in your pocket. It says, in God we trust, don't it? Exactly. This is the correlation. And accept as a sacred trust the obligation to promote to the utmost within the system of international peace and security established by the present charter, the well-being of the inhabitants of these territories. Right there. And I can read the whole thing, but right there is a snapshot of what the brother Robert brought up about the usufruct. They don't own the land. They know that they don't own the land. We had somebody in the chat, and I almost was going to block his ass. I'm going to be transparent with you, 2K. Be real with you for a second before I land my flight. I almost was going to block him because he put in the chat that this is not your land. You guys are from Africa. But we have to allow him to stay, him or her. I don't know if it was a male or female. We have to allow them to stay until they become a disruption, because you're going to learn something today. And if you're not going to learn something, then the rest of the people are going to learn regardless of you being ignorant. Ignorant can be a choice. It can be a choice because you can choose to ignore something. But when you put things like this on the table, brother 2K, and you read it out loud, especially considering the definition of what a usufruct is, it is hard to argue in the name of having common sense and common decency that these hybrid Europeans who we consider, I don't know why in 2026 we still call them white folks, but we'll deal with that. Maybe I'll host it on my platform next week. Maybe, if I feel like it. But we still call them white folks and don't even comprehend what the word white means. But we need to comprehend that they don't own the land. They are operating on the land by way of the usufruct, and it's highlighted right here in Article 73 of the United Nations, by which, gotta say this, the United States of America is a part of. They're bound by this. Yes, they are. We're talking about contract law. But they haven't pushed this to the inhabitants of the non-self-governing territories. This is what I shared earlier. I wonder why not, 2K? Because it would not be in their benefit to. Because once the people, like Robert, you, and myself, start to recognize the true status of the people who we call white, because that's really what's being revealed here. What's being revealed in Article 73 is their status. They're here operating up on the trust. Now, the conversation should go forward to recognize what position or status, which is another line item that you got up right now, are the people in relationship to that trust. That right there is elevation at its best, because we have exposed with reference points, not with our religion, not with our fifis, not with our feelings. Not we gotta believe CP, we gotta believe 2K, we gotta believe Robert. We have provided reference points for the people that validate what we have been saying about decolonization, what we have been saying about people being stateless. These things are done on purpose. On purpose. They are operating up under a sacred trust. You can see the sacred trust being highlighted in Article 73. So the conversation now starts from there going forward, 2K.
Yes, it does. I want to highlight and make certain that make certain that you all understand. We're dealing with evidence-based academic research here, you all. We're dealing with substantive law. You can find these things in your research so that this is not what we think, this is not what we feel. We're just trying to give insight into what's going on in this place that we call America. Also understanding we're focused on self-determination, decolonization, reclaiming autonomy, because something has happened. And a number of people really can't explain how this thing has happened. But, oh, and we've not really understood that we are a nation of people being ruled and or governed by another nation of people, you all, and that doesn't make sense. Okay. So there are some of us, and I do realize and I do understand, for real, I get it. Everybody don't want to be a part of decolonization, that look like myself and or some of you. They want to be down with what's going on, and you all, they have that right. Okay. But for those of us that obtain this understanding and this knowledge, we're able to work together as organization, because I say we're not powerless, you all. We're just not organized. And you have more people functioning from the standpoint of individually trying to do things, and we're just trying to bring that collective, back into position and or place and community, and network with other communities that are already on this playing field, so that for a play on words, we can have a united state, as well, realizing how we want to work together, and being able to identify what our interest is, what our agenda is, and you ought not be subjects to a jurisdiction that does not speak to our interests, but being able to understand how to compete with the jurisdictions that are out here by way of the conterminous jurisdiction. We ain't got there yet, but we're coming, to that point, as we're getting ready to, I believe CP said we're getting ready to roll into status. And you heard me talk earlier about that one status called the resident of the state. A number of you will argue, and you may want to disagree with me, but according to the administrative state, the administrative government, they have you listed as a resident of the state. And guess what? This is how they say it within their statute. For the record, you all, for the record, because what they do is they write stuff down. We just like to talk about stuff. Okay, we don't have too much of, our explanation written down and or filed within, the clerks of the court within, real estate. Okay, but they say on the record, in their statutory, in the statutory sense of their law, they say, we presume after 30 days that you're a resident of the state, point blank, period. That's the status. And based on the doctrine, the presumption of continuity, they say, when we do that, we can hold you in that position for perpetuity, forever. It just goes on until you come along and rebut the status or the presumption. That's the way it's written, and it's unfortunate, because in all of the statutes within the states or within their codes, they let it be known they make this presumption after the 30 days, but they also let it be known that you can rebut it. So how many have actually understood, what that rebuttal is, and have actually filed, that rebuttal? And these are just things that we need to be made aware of, and then we need to have a sense of solidarity to whereby we can actually go and do these things, and one, be able to support each other as we're entering into this lifestyle change. So that brings me to this point here real quick, and I'm gonna turn it back over to CP. There are a lot of people out here that they sell information. They got a package for you for this and a package, for that. Y'all, we're not into that. The information is free, right? If you're about that life, then you can get the information, and our platforms are centered around making sure we inundate you, with the information, because we need more people to understand what's going on. So we're not selling information, but we do realize that people must support, the concepts and or the people that you find doing this work, because there are other things that we have within an agenda that needs to be done. And when you're a part of the conversation, you understand, these are the things that we're working toward, and or, what we're using resources for. One of the resources, I'll just explain it to you this way. One of the resources is having a chest so that we can deal within litigation against these entities. We need to be able to submit our filings or our suits. I mean, as a state, as a people, and it takes resources to do these type of things strategically, and that's a lot of what we deal with, as well. So I'll land my plane right there, CP, and hand it back to you.
I got a question, right?
Serious, did Robert have anything to say?
I did. That's why I put my hand up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question. That's why I was putting my hand up. Well, maybe more like a statement, right? Like, I don't think people realize how big our numbers are. People have this cognizance that our numbers are only 40 million strong, when in reality our numbers are more like 70 million strong. So when you look at our numbers in general, and the reason I'm starting to talk about numbers is because what a lot of people don't understand, right, is that the true black people who are not us, when you know what the term black really is, it's the people that you calling WYT.
Go ahead.
I know the world's upside down. I hope people caught that, but I won't say it again. But our numbers are larger than the country of Germany. Our numbers are larger than the country Spain. Our numbers are larger than Italy. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we a whole nation of people out here on the land already. One of our most precious resources that we have is our numbers. Because see the immigrants, they didn't even have a status. They just went straight corporation, straight status. Straight statute, straight nothing that has to do with any kind of law. Everything to do with corporate, right? Right? So if they were able to get that far without a status, except trying to use the status WYT, and we all know who that status is for, because we the first ones here, we the true free people of the land, we the true governors of the land, right? But it goes a lot to say of what you all are talking about. Our numbers are prime, and one of the resources that we have is the unity of our numbers. Because let's say everybody don't get their status done right away on an individual level, but if we have a political body in a governmental medium, we're able to do it for them. If we have our own registry of deeds, now we can keep historical record of all paperwork filed, all things done on the land, this, that, and the third. I'm going all that, but we have the numbers and we outnumber them. We all know who them is, and I'm talking about from the elites all the way down. because of our numbers. So it's I think that the people probably sometimes need to maybe kind of get in their head, like how would the Constitution be held up? It would be held up in our ideology of survival through unification of ourselves as governance, aka our Constitution, right? We have enough numbers to create our own currency.
Let me talk. Let me interject. You just said that, and I've been holding this thought. You said we have enough numbers to have our own currency. I want to explain how that ties in. Okay. What you're talking about, it still speaks to what we've been saying: reclaiming autonomy, decolonization, which gives us the authority and/or power to govern based on our interest. Now, let me speak to this thing about the resource or the money, as you said. So they say our people have a spending power upwards to $2 trillion, and they say that's more than certain countries, and/or it rivals countries such as a Canada, a Mexico, possibly Brazil. So, in the scope of decolonizing, or in the scope of reclaiming our autonomy, as you have also a number of folks out here clamoring for something called reparations. If we were to um, reorganize ourselves as a state, as a jurisdiction, we then have access to that, what they say is the purchasing power, up to 2 trillion, right? We now have access to the same markets that they have access to, such as securitization markets, okay? And we will be able to leverage that spending power. We will have those resources. And I'm not saying that reparations should not be delivered, but what I am saying is, outside of that whole begging thing, and as long as you're being recognized as black, or African American, or whatever, you ain't gonna get reparations anyway, because you're not attributed to an actual nation and or state. But dealing with what the brother Robert said, our own currency, to have autonomy, to deal with self-determination, to know what our purchasing power is, or to realize we have up to 2 trillion. If we are functioning as a jurisdiction and we are competing, then yes, Robert, you're right. That 2 trillion can be converted into the concept of a currency, and we can use that to then interact internationally with other nation states. All right, so I'll stop. That's what I wanted to interject. I didn't know if you wanted to continue, or if you had landed, or if it's time for CP to come back in.
I will end. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, appreciate you, brother. CP.
Man, that was powerful. It was transformational to those who are actually listening to receive again. And I appreciate the 28 people that's here. At this point, I got to hit the brakes and ask y'all, if you are getting value from this discussion, if this platform is supporting you, then I ask you with confidence, support this platform, invest in this platform. Whether if it's tapping the screen, sending those gifts, all of the different ways that you show your appreciation, because you got people on stage right now, Robert, C2K, and myself, that we are here pouring out ourselves to you, and we're changing the dynamic of what most people consider to be generational curses. But I like to also introduce, not to knock that off the table, because that has validity to it, but generational ignorance. We are putting an end to that. All right. So we are dealing with academic based research. Like the brother 2K said, we appreciate those gifts. And the evidence. Evidence is very important with these discussions, because no one here is speaking from a point of believe me, because we don't deal with belief. It's time out for belief. All right. So let me touch on what the brother Robert just said. Very, very inspirational, Robert. I can't wait to link up with you. The the thing about minorities, I think that's where I want to go. Minorities, as far as, and you heard me say this a lot of times, good brother 2K, our people need to recognize the difference between connotative and denotative linguistics. I can't say it enough. Connotative and denotative linguistics. The English language as it has been reproduced. I say that very carefully, my good brother Robert, because Hyper-Europeans ain't create the English language. Let me say it again for the guys in the back. We give Hyper-Europeans too much credit. Too much credit. They didn't create English. They didn't create anything, really, outside of how to destroy shit. And that's for entertainment purposes only, because I'm up here cracking jokes. We love the TikTok shop. But let's take a look at minority. Let's take a look at minority. The etymology of minority is a noun. You always want to put it in its proper matrix. Minority is a noun. Now consider as I read this, the way that it is projected by ABC News, CNN News, Fox News, etc., etc. Consider that when I read this out loud to you. Minority, noun, 1530s. A state or condition of being smaller, a sense now obsolete. That's just the beginning, and I'm going to read that again. It's already hitting hard. Minority, it's a noun coming from the 1530s, meaning a state or condition of being smaller, a sense now obsolete, from the French minorite, 15th century, or directly from medieval Latin. All right. It says from the Latin meaning minor, which means less, lesser, smaller. Then they got the word junior here. Then it says C minor, as in go look at the word minor. It's a hyperlink. And I tell people in the name of proper instruction, when you read these definitions, especially online, and it tells you to go see a word, it's giving you instruction. Go see that word. It's going to help you. Let's continue to read what minority denotes. It also says meaning a state of being under legal age. That's from the 1540s. That of a smaller number or part, smaller of two aggregates, into which a whole is divided numerically. That's from the that's from 1736, excuse me. Listen to what's being said next. Listen closely. Specifically as, quote, the smaller division of any whole number of persons. Look at that word, persons. I think somebody needs to look up what that word person means. We can say person about 50 times already. In politics, etc. That's from 1789. Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. The meaning, quote, group of people, Robert, group of people separated from the rest of a community by race, religion, language, etc. Minority, meaning a group of people separated from the rest by race, religion, language, etc. Oh, let that breathe for about 3 seconds. Because you see, connotatively, they'll position it in front of the people in the name of politics as it means numbers. Let me show you all something real quick. Let's make it hit a little bit harder. I need visuals sometimes. Look at this. Look at this. You see that? You see that? This is what they will push on the TV screens and say that they are minorities. Well, looking at the definition, the etymon, we see why that these people are considered to be minorities. They have been separated from the rest by categories of race, religion, language, etc. Now remember, we got some instruction. It said go see minor. So we're going to go see minor. We're going to look up minor real quick. The etymology of minor. It's an adjective. from the early 13th century. All right. Literally, it means minor friar, from the Latin mean less, lesser, smaller. Here's the word junior again, junior. Birdman Jr., junior. Figuratively, inferior. Look at that, inferior, less important, which was formed as a masculine, feminine form of minus. You know what the word minus means? What's 17 minus 2? You're taking away from it. All right, we're going in the right direction. Minus was a neuter comparative. And then it says compare minor to noun. So this is the adjective we're reading right now. It goes on to say, meaning underage. And I think that most of us recognize that here, but now we're fine tuning it to see exactly how it really functions. What's being described here, CP? Make it crystal clear for me because I'm getting confused. They're talking about status. They're talking about mental capacity. They're talking about your ability to enter into contracts. How many people know the elements to contract law? Very significant, very important right now at this point in the conversation. You have to know the elements of contracts. One of the elements of contracts is capacity. Capacity. And guess what? Minors, here's the kicker. Told you to wait for it. Minors don't have the capacity to enter contracts. That is very, very powerful. What are we talking about? We're talking about legitimacy, 2K, and we haven't even got there yet. We're knocking on the door of legitimacy. Absolutely we are, because minors can't enter contracts, but minors do enter contracts, don't they? But once that minor realizes the condition that they were in when they entered the contract, then that contract becomes what's known in law as, write this down, void ab initio. Void ab initio, which translates to void from the beginning. Let's give an example, 2K, before I get off the mic, because I don't like to leave people on a cliffhanger. What's an example of one of these void ab initio contracts? The birth certificate. The birth certificate. Absolutely it is. Absolutely. Now, the mother gave birth to the child. The mother is the grantor. Remember, we talking about trust law. Let's not forget. One thing I like about this platform and Elevation Room, we keep those principles that comes from previous parts of this conversation, and we don't just leave them behind. We bring those things with us going forward, because they're going to become more relevant as we continue to have this discussion. So mother gave birth, right? She's the grantor of the trust. But what happens? You have the corporate state stepping in, as they always do, right? But we're going to fix that in a minute. They step in with a unilateral contract called birth certificate. But here's the kicker. Mother just went through a traumatic experience. She's not in the capacity to even sign a contract. But mother's not known that, because mother, in many of these cases, and I spoke to my mother about what she's been through. And over the past 6 years, 2K, I have met a lot of mothers who have engaged with this subject matter, and they themselves have come to find out the why, listen to this, please, why the mother on the birth certificate is listed as an informant. On the birth certificate, your mommy, my mommy, is listed as the informant. Why? I'm not going to answer that why. I'm going to leave that for you all to answer. Now, here's what's important. The child is also entered into that agreement. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. This is very important, very powerful, actually transformational for those who are here taking notes. The child, obviously, is not in the capacity to enter the contract. The baby can't even hold a pen and a pencil. They can't sign nothing. So in many cases, what happens? As a form of contact, they put the baby's paw print, and I've seen also some with the footprint on that document. You know what that's saying? That's saying that the baby agreed to everything that entails with that contract. Shout out to my brother Teody. This is when he'll come out and say, man, that's some bullshit. That's bullshit. And that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. But guess what? Guess what? These conversations help us to recognize not just why our people are in the condition they are in, but also why the abuses, 2K, and the mistreatments continue to happen. This falls upon it not just legitimacy, but it also falls upon under the 12 presumptions of the court. Very important. So why are people considered to be minors? It is nothing to do with our numbers. Absolutely nothing, because if it comes to numbers, no question at all, we outnumber them by a lot. It's the mental capacity of our people, because we have been robbed of our intellectual minds, our intuitive minds, and our ability to comprehend what the United States is and why they function the way that they do, 2K.
That's correct. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for coming into, the live. You all, we are definitely we're building, talking about the decolonization. We've gone into status. We've talked about what it means to be stateless. I did want to clarify one thing, though, as I was telling you all about the purchasing power. And like CP said, take notes. I hope you're taking notes, because these conversations really, they're rare, far few and in between. Okay. But as far as that purchasing power, what I wanted to point out was those things happen on that conterminous jurisdiction. I don't know. Hopefully, I don't have to go back and explain, that whole scenario, and you all know which part of the story that I'm talking about. If you don't, then you're gonna have to wait, until we post the video, and then, you'll be able to hear it. But the purchasing power of 2 trillion, they say we have, and if we were to organize ourselves, as a jurisdiction, we'd have that purchasing power. Now, we can use it right here in this land under the conterminous jurisdiction. That conterminous jurisdiction, you all, that says, and I'll read for you what that jurisdiction, what it is. All right, so it says here, in legal term, conterminous jurisdiction refers to 2 or more jurisdictions that share the same boundaries or have the same scope of authority, you all. So if we're trying to get some authority, then we would also want to function within a jurisdiction, meaning they cover the same geographical area or legal matters. So when we look at how you can have so many different jurisdictions within a particular landmass or over a territory, it's because they're functioning in that overlapping capacity. Okay. And based on decolonization, based on reclaiming autonomy, we can function, within the same manner, which would be by jurisdiction, overlapping jurisdictions. And I tell folks, if you don't understand what I'm saying about the conterminous jurisdiction, look at how the feds came into Minnesota, and they were functioning within the same territory, or they were claiming that they had right, to be there. The issue was, at that point, who truly did the people belong to. And that's what a number of individuals were not truly understanding what the fight was all about, as the jurisdictions were in conflict. But that's an example of conterminous jurisdictions where they overlap. And I say to folks, they don't have any monopoly, you all, on the concept of the jurisdiction. We just have to raise our awareness and want to be on that level to have the scope of authority, to have power. Again, we are a nation of people, right? We're still being ruled by another nation of people, and while you all are out here clamoring for, reparations, here's something that we can actually do. But a number of you like to talk that talk, but when it comes to putting that brick in, you're not. Yeah, you're not going to do it. It's as if you want somebody else to, do it for you. So that is a part of, these discussions and why we're here, because this work, has to be done. CP is doing it, C2K is doing it, Elevation Room, is doing it. We're giving you evidence-based academic research, okay? It's undeniable, so it can be done. And we can actually have our interest recognized on a international scale as we talk about decolonization. Because I'm still not sure a number of you even understand, what that is. And I realize CP still he still has some other things that he wants to, cover. So I'm going to pass the mic and let him continue, with his illustration and explanation to this information.
We are at 11K. We appreciate the 11K. Let's get it up to 15K, you all. I don't think that's much to ask for in the show of appreciation. We are reciprocating energy here. This is a mutual exchange. Let's see if we can get up to 15K, you all. Let's do it. Let's do it. We got 42 people in here. Let's get up to 15K. Everybody who hasn't done the daily heart meets, please take time to do the daily heart meets. Let's go ahead and affect the algorithm. This type of information cannot just change, it doesn't just have the ability to change our reality, but it has the ability to change the reality of the generations to come. And that's what me personally, that's what I'm all in this for the next generation. They shouldn't have to live through the confusion and bullshit that we have to dissect and go read this and read that and get the arguing online. We should be able to have these discussions and pass this information correctly down to our children so we can correct the mistakes of the past. No need for us to continue to make the same mistakes. That's insanity. We continue to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. Let's go ahead and tap that screen, y'all. We're at 12.3K. Let's get up to 15K. The definition of colonialism is one that I didn't read earlier. I went over decolonization, but I made mention of most people don't know what colonization is. So I want to introduce now, going back to Cornell Law, that's a reference point, the definition of colonialism. What the heck is that? Because for people to recognize the significance of decolonization, I think it's important to introduce to them what colonialism is. Well, according to Cornell Law, not according to CP's feelings, the word colony comes from the Latin word colonis, meaning farmer, indicating the transfer of people to land. Colonialism is the act of power and domination of one nation by acquiring and maintaining full or partial political control over another sovereign nation. 2K, this is what you said earlier. This is literally what the brother said, you all. One nation dominating another. Let's take it back. Colonialism is the act of power and domination of one nation by acquiring or maintaining full or partial political control over, it doesn't just say over another nation, it says over another sovereign nation. What happened to our sovereignty, y'all? That's a question. As we are on our way to 15K, what happened to our sovereignty? It goes on to say, the country or nation that comes under the control of another foreign nation is known as a colony of the dominating country. While the two are related, colonialism should not be confused with imperialism, which involves the outward use of military and economic power and always aims for expansion and collective domination. Wow, this definition right here is introducing so many important aspects to this conversation that we're going to have to just slow down slightly and find out exactly what's being said. Because I can host, 2K can host a room on this one term easily by itself. Think about what's being said here and think about currently and in the past, but especially currently, what the said United States, the orange guy and his administration, think about what they're doing right now. They're acting as an imperialistic type of government. They always seeking expansion, right? Am I wrong? Because he's talking about taking Greenland. he now the administration is in Niger, right? Also, they're setting up to boom, 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 Iran. They already went into another sovereign nation called Venezuela and kidnapped the damn president and his wife. They made threats about Canada, threats about Mexico. I want you all to think about this. Think about this. But let's go back for a second, because that may be interesting within itself. It says colonialism is the act of power and domination of one nation by acquiring and maintaining full or partial political control over another sovereign nation. That is very, very important. Because I ask you all, and I leave you all to answer it, what happened to our sovereignty? What happened to it? Now, with that question being on the table and this definition being on the table, 2K, now confidently, in my opinion, I could be wrong, now we can start talking about decolonization and the significance thereof. Because most people never heard of a true reading of the definition of what colonialism is and how it really functions. They just think what I used to think several years ago, oh, I'm in the state of Illinois, so I'm a citizen of the state and there is no colonialism going on here. Well, consider this. Consider this. The definitions earlier that I introduced to the people about those different types of states, right? Here's the significance of it. I'm bringing it back full circle for a reason. The state of Illinois, think about the birth certificate, the state of California, state of Louisiana, state of New York, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. None of those states are party to the treaty. What treaty am I talking about, 2K? Remember, I love people who take notes. People who take notes, this stuff is making absolute sense and they can see the puzzle pieces coming together. Remember earlier we talked about jurisdiction is layered. I gave an example about the Cherokee Nation, which is a jurisdiction, that's located within the state of Oklahoma, which is a jurisdiction, that's located within the United States of America, which is a jurisdiction. I stopped there on purpose. But it doesn't stop there. I stopped there on purpose because we can go higher. The United States of America is operating in, here it goes, get ready for it, the Moroccan Empire. How do we know that? We know that because politicians, presidents, mayors, governors, they have made quotes over the years that they have the longest unbroken treaty in world history. You have some politicians that'll say world history. You have other politicians that'll say United States history. Either way it goes, they're all talking about one treaty. Remember earlier, here's a correlation for those who are really listening. And I comprehend that some people get caught up in words right? And some people listen intently and they listen to the words and they don't allow the words to become a stumbling block. Because as soon as you say Morocco or Moroccan Empire, some people get to stumbling and I don't want to be in that room no more. Not a problem. Not a problem at all, because like 2K said, we're dealing with academic-based research. So when we look at that treaty that these politicians, and I played a clip, 2K, last week on my platform from former President Bill Clinton, who made the quote directly that, and in his quote, he says that the United States has the longest unbroken treaty in world history. And he specifies that this treaty is one of its kind. Oh, so there's something about this treaty that's different from other treaties. Because you have Native Americans that have treaties with the said United States also. That's very interesting, but none of those have the ability to decolonize North America. Now, when we talk about enforcement, that's a whole nother conversation. Very relevant, but enforcement to these bullies, that's a whole nother conversation, but I had to put that out there. But the ability on paper, lawfully and legally, to be able to decolonize this said North American continent, no Native American has. None of those treaties and arrangements made with those colonists have the ability to do that. Why? Because of the status, which is, we're moving into that line item. I think it's number 3 on the screen. Status. What is the status of Native Americans? For those taking notes, I shared it earlier. They are United States citizens. United States citizens can't decolonize the United States. That doesn't even make sense. Surface level. Let's go a little bit deeper. Let's make this crystal clear for the people. Let's look up status. Let's look up status real quick. You see the brother on my screen right here? The brother on my screen. He's holding an ID card, ain't he? I don't know if you can see it. I know it's kind of small. But that brother on the screen, he's holding an ID, a state ID. Most of our people think that state ID is proper identification, 2K. Most of our people think that the birth certificate is proper identification, 2K. There's case law that says that birth certificate is actually hearsay. Talking about case law. All right, that's very interesting. I want to go to the etymology real quick. Etymology. I'm mid-flight. I'm going to land shortly. So I'm going to type in status. All right. It's a noun coming from the 1670s. The first word it says is height. Height of a situation or condition. Later meaning, quote, legal standing of a person. There's that word person again. I wonder how many people in the chat looked up that definition of the word person, 2K. It says legal standing of a person. Then it says 1791. How many people here, how many history majors I got in the room? How many scholars I got in the room and know what took place in 1791? You get the Bill of Rights being added to that Constitution in 1791. That's very important. Very, very important. I guarantee it. Wait for it. Just wait for it. Please don't beat me there. Meet me there. From 1791, from the Latin status, meaning condition, position, state. There's that word state. So status and state are interchangeable. Condition, position, state, manner. It also means attitude. From the past participle, stem of stari, which means to stand. There is a term right now I want to introduce to you all. I want you all to table this term. Just table it for now. That means put it down for now. Hold fast to it for now. And it's a term in law that's called stare decisis. The stare inside this definition of status that I'm reading you all is not spelled like staircase, S-T-A-I-R. It's spelled S-T-A-R-E. There's a term that I'm sharing with you all for very important purposes that's called stare decisis. Some people say it's stare decisis. Nevertheless, that's talking about the status of a case that needs not to be argued. Stare decisis is essentially speaking about case law that's relevant and a direct correlation to what you may be going through that has already been decided in the past. So you need not to do any hard work, but just to present that previous case that reflects your current circumstance. And guess what? It shuts down the court automatically. That's what stare decisis is. Now, I told you to table that because we're going to focus on this word status. Let's go a little bit deeper. If I scroll down, it says, in law. Oh, that was a close one. It said in law, 2K. I thought it was going to say according to CP's feelings. It don't even say that. It says in law, the meaning legal status in reference to some defined class of persons. There's that word persons again. And it says this is by 1791. Oh, so something was taking place in 1791. What did the brother Robert say? And this is where I land at. The brother Robert. I don't know if he's in the audience still. Shout out to you, Robert. Robert. He said, he's still here? He left. Oh, okay, he left. Okay. He brought up the fact that the YT people are not really YT. And that most of our people don't even comprehend what that term means. 1791 is being highlighted in this definition, in this etymology definition of status. So you get the Naturalization Act of 1790. Naturalization Act. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. What does that act say? All right. Now, this is the early, quote unquote, United States. 1790, Naturalization Act. It says that free white persons are to be citizens of the said United States. Now, that's very important. Very important as I land this helicopter. Because free white persons doesn't mean what most of my people think it means just because it has the word white in it. If you look up the definition of free white persons in the Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, and you take time to read it, you turn off the BET, okay, turn off the YouTube, just for a couple seconds, and focus on something that's going to change the course of our future generations. Let's start investing more time into those things. Let's start investing more energy into these discussions instead of something that's going to make us hee ha ha and be lost for another damn generation while we so happy about hee and ha ha. Now, there's a place for the hee ha ha. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But we need to reprioritize. Because free white person, if you read it, it says specifically, you can't even make this up. It's not referring to the Caucasian race. Literally, it says that. It's not even referring to Caucasians at all. Now, very interesting, and this is why I landed 2K. You got the orange guy. He made an announcement for entertainment purposes only because we love the TikTok shop. Please share the room. And I see y'all got us at 17K. We appreciate that. In the name of entertainment purposes only, the orange guy recently, and this academic bank research, you can look this up, he made an announcement that he's looking forward to changing the census, the upcoming 2030 census. You know, the census is every 10 years. And by the way, the first census was in 1790. You think that's a coinky dink? That's no coinky dink. The same year they came out with the Naturalization Act, that's no coinky dink at all. Now, what does he want to change about it, CP? Well, this is what he wants to change. He wants to change the effectiveness of the definition I just read to you all, or I didn't read it. I made a reference that it doesn't mean free white person. I mean, it doesn't mean Caucasian race. He wants to change the ability for individuals to be able to mark off that they are white without being straight from European descent. That's what he wants to do. And if we comprehend the political strategy behind that, then we comprehend the significance of this conversation as it stands. Because what are we talking about? We're talking about status. They know that they are not YT. They don't want you to mark down on paper coming 2030 that you're a YT. Why? Because it gives you certain rights that they don't want you to have in the first place. Now, this ties into what the brother Robert said also about the Dred Scott case. What was said from Justice Taney in that Dred Scott case? What was said? Because you got Dred Scott in this picture right here. This is Dred Scott right here in this photo with his ID
Yeah,
card.
African Americans
Hold on.
enslaved.
Hold on. Go ahead, CP. Go ahead. Hold on, Quantum. We're gonna get to you. Go ahead, CP.
It's Africans and the descendants of Africans. I only want one piece. Let me talk. Thank you, baby. Africans and the descendants of Africans were never intended to be citizens of the United States. One more again, somebody in the back got their hand raised. Justice Taney, as far as the Dred Scott case, talking about 1857. And we can qualify the term African, but we're not going to get caught up on that. We're going to look at the bigger picture and what he's saying, what Robert said earlier. And we got new people on stage, so I'll be brief, 2K. My apologies. Justice Taney said, Africans and the descendants of Africans, here it is, listen to this part, were never intended to be citizens of the United States. Now, I looked up the etymology of a lot of words, but do I have to look up the etymology of never? I think we know what the word never means, don't we, 2K? Can I assume that before I land my plane? Is that a fair assumption? I'll look it up if we need to, 2K. I think we smarter than fifth graders. We know what that word means, right? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Never is what he said. Never, never, never intended to be citizens of the United States. So here's the question. Because people get caught up, well, I'm not from Africa. I know you're not. I know you're not. Let's look at the bigger picture, though. If you were never intended to be citizens of the United States, then what were you supposed to be if you was going to be anything at all in that system that's foreign to the land? That system is foreign to the land, not you. I highlighted that earlier for those taking notes by looking up the term usufruct. I also highlighted that earlier, academic-based research, shout out to 2K, by introducing to the people Article 73E of the Charter of the United Nations that speaks about their operating up under a sacred trust. Stop playing, because you're only playing with yourself at this point. I love when the brother says academic-based research. These things can be tested, proven, tested, proven over and over again without the results changing. I love that. I love that. So if you was not supposed to be citizens of that foreign occupation, because they're occupying the land, they don't own it, then what was you supposed to be if you was going to be a part of that at all? Here is one of the most impactful titles that I had on Clubhouse, and people still are responding to it. And I had this title about 3-4 years ago, good brother 2K. And I put it in question format for a reason. Here's the answer. It's in question format. What happened to the subject status of Article 3, Section 2, Clause 1 of that Constitution? Here it is again. The helicopter's landing. I know I've been long-winded. I apologize. I'm going to do some listening. I'm going to take some notes also. What happened to the subject status of Article 3, Section 2, Clause 1 of that Constitution? Something happened to it. Within that question is the answer that I just provided for you all. What was the question? If you was not supposed to be citizens, according to Justice Taney, Dred Scott, sitting here with this ID card in your hand, you weren't supposed to be a citizen. Because you're a citizen, now you are putting yourself in alignment with being abused, mistreated, and you have no human rights by contract. And you're agreeing to it every time you put your signature on something. So if you wasn't supposed to be a citizen, according to Justice Taney, talking about Dred Scott, what were you supposed to be? Say it again, because the answer is in the question that I'm about to ask you all. And I land right here, 2K. What happened to the subject status in Article 3, Section 2, Clause 1 of the Constitution?
Okay. All right. So, Quantum Reader, I'm gonna start with you first, and then I'm gonna go to Sasha. That's on the stage. And I see you had a question in the chat about one of the citations. You'll get to ask that question as well. But before I let you go, Quantum Reader, I want to real quick I want to read a definition that was for status as well. And then I want to address identification because CP pointed out there was identification in the image that he has up on his screen. So I kind of want to give a reference as to what identification is and how it's qualified, not based on what I think or what I feel. We're staying in line with evidence-based academic research, right? But first, let me go to the status. I mean, CP already gave a definition, but I wanted to show you what I pulled up. Legal status refers to an individuals or entities' legal recognized position, standing, or condition, which determines their rights. You all, status is no joke. And when we allow them based on status and the presumption of the continuity doctrine to say that you're a resident of the state, you don't know how they have just diminished your status, okay? Which affects your right, okay? Now it says their rights, duties, capacities, and incapacities. It defines how the law regards a person, such as their material, citizen, and applies to both natural persons and corporate bodies. That's the part a lot of people we don't get when that term person is thrown out. We're so used to speaking in the general sense, but when dealing with the administration or when dealing with these entities, whenever person is being used, for real, you all, they're not talking about the natural person. And we misunderstand this, a number of us, not everybody, but a number of us, we misunderstand that. So now, let me deal with the concept of the identification. And I'm going to work backwards and, then come forward as to what is identification. So I first want to take you to Colander versus, Lawson, because a number of us feel identification is considered credible and or reliable based on some standard that they have set. So here, look at this. It says 1983 is the relevant Supreme Court case regarding the requirement of credible or reliable identification in California. Now, mind you, this right here happened in California, you all, but the principle, it goes across the board, okay? The ruling found the California statute that required people to provide. So just as it applies to a California statute, like I said, it goes across the board applying to all statutes because this fits within the realm of a ministerial duty, meaning it's fixed, okay? California statute that requires people to provide credible and reliable identification when asked by law enforcement was unconstitutionally vague. All right, so if you're under the impression that a driver's license or state ID or a birth certificate or anything that they may try to coerce you to provide as identification is identification, we first must understand that it's already been established, stare decisis, right? It's already been established that they don't have the authority to say what's credible or reliable. That's why I thought it was really interesting when folks were in a panic, due to Frosty out here saying, do you have your papers? And, they're psychologically finessing your mind because now you're trying to figure out what papers are they talking? Should I have? Should I get the should I do? I mean, they don't have the authority to say what's credible and or reliable. So now let's look at this coming out of the Hybel versus Nevada case right here, where it says further, the the statutory obligation does not go beyond answering an officer's request to disclose a name. So here, when officers or law enforcement agencies approach you out there on the street, they never request a name disclosure. They always say, driver's license or state ID. But according to what's already been established, it's synonymous to the request for a name disclosure. So, what is identification based on substantive law? It's a name disclosure, you all. Anything outside of that, okay, they do not have the authority to say what's credible and or reliable. So let's just be clear, with that. Now I'll take you to one other point. One other point is something called a non-threatening character. I'll be real brief, with this because I know these are concepts that have not been explained to you all, and this ties into what you see up on the board about the investigative sphere, right? So I'll explain that later. We'll come back to that. But when dealing with a law enforcement agency that have approached anyone out here, on these streets, and they're looking for some sense of identification, there's something called a non-threatening character. This non-threatening character, you all, has nothing to do with their demeanor. Okay? This has everything to do with the way they approach you within the stop, being that investigative stop. And I'm still just tying this into the scope of the identification because they're asking, for you to produce something, and the law has already stated you're not required to do anything but disclose your name, and that's adequate for identification. Now, this non-threatening character, listen to this as I'm reading it, to you out of Hybel versus Nevada. It says, in the course of explaining why Terry stops, investigative stops, okay, routine traffic stops, of explaining why Terry stops have not been subjected to Miranda, the court suggested reasons why Terry stops have non-threatening characters. So this is focused on the stop, not the character of any individual. Among them, the fact that the suspect detained during the investigative stop is not obligated to respond to questions. So it's non-threatening because you don't have to do anything outside of how they make you feel during the interrogation that you must do so much more. But the aspect of the way they approach you, I hope you all can hear what I'm saying. I hope you can hear what I'm saying. It's the stop itself, it has a non-threatening character embedded in it, which means all you have to do is disclose your name, and you do not have to answer any questions. Now you're protected within your Fourth Amendment right to be protected against the unreasonable search and seizure. Okay, I'm gonna stop, right there, and let Sasha speak. Look like Quantum Reader, he dropped down. I don't know if you're still in the room, Quantum Reader, but you can come back up if you're still in the room. All right, so Sasha, go ahead with your question.
All right, it wasn't a question. I wanted to touch on the identification. Okay, I actually looked up the definition of person. Okay, and I don't know how long this will be because I'm gonna read it for you. Let me see. Hold on. Person. Oh, hold on. It's not gonna read it. But person. It says a human being regarded as an individual, used in a legal or formal context to refer to an unspecified individual. And then for grammar, I'm skipping to another one. A category used in in the classification of pronoun, possessive determiners, and a verb forms according to whether they indicate the speaker first person, the addressee second person, or third party. Christian theology, this is the third. Each of the three modes of being God, namely the Father, the Son, or the Holy Spirit, who together constitute the Trinity. That's who I would say I am for identification. Now, for my identification, for my name, I wouldn't put my name. I'd put my appellation, simply because my name is one thing. My birth name is one thing. The title appellation, a name or title. Then the second one is an appellation is a controllee. That's what would be putting, is the one that controls my name. So on that identification, that is what I would put. The name that controls, well, the title that controls my name. That is what I would put. Me personally. That's it.
Okay.
All I wanted to say.
So, okay, thank you, Sasha. Thank you. And I have to explain to all of you that are out here and you're listening. Make certain that you're paying attention to the fact that we're positioning and or giving you the evidence-based academic research. Okay. And when it comes to the concept of the identification, and if you're looking at the point that someone within a said legal capacity is positioned to say they're investigating something and they need you to identify yourself, you must understand you're only obligated to give them a name disclosure. No matter how much they tell you, you have to do something else. You really have to know how to stand on what's written. And I know for a number of you, if it's your first time hearing these type of things, you need to be around it a little bit more so that you can really be confident, in what you're doing. But this is a part of how I've been able to maintain over 20 years of immunity and not being, convicted after, they have positioned several citations, against me, you know. So without going into, all of that, at this point in time, those of you who know me, you know the story. And I'm not really going to get into it right now. We have so much other great information that we need to talk about. As we left off with the status, I believe we had left status, identification, looking at who the person was, and as Sasha was explaining how she would determine herself in the sense of filling out the request for identification. I believe that's how it is. I just want you all to understand, you know, you do those things how you do those things when you understand that you can defend those things. Okay. We're definitely here just trying to show you what's available and in the manner and or way that you can benefit from it. All right, CP, you ready to pick up?
Yes, I am. That was good. Let me pull this up real quick. Y'all made me think about something. Let me go to USC. Let me see. 1508. That's 1508. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. It's 18 USC. We talking about identification. 18 USC, which stands for United States Code. 1028, 1028. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. What are we gonna do with this? It says specifically mention identification documents. Section 1028 of Title 18 designates three special non-federal identification documents and gives them preferred treatment. Preferred. Allow me, my good brother C2K, to be petty. Sometimes I get petty. Let me be petty. I don't know what the word preferred means. Preferred. It's a verb. Number one says like better. Number two says to bring. Let's go a little bit deeper. As a verb, it says like better than another or tend to choose. One more time for the person in the back. You're starting to get it. Prefer means like better than another or tend to choose. Let's go back to Title 18. Section 1028 of Title 18 designates three special non-federal identification documents and gives them preferred treatment. These three documents, 1, 2, 3, in the absence, C2K, in the absence of a national identity card, are the prime means by which an individual establishes his identity in the United States. Oh, this is very impactful. Very impactful. These three documents are a birth certificate, B, driver's license, and C, personal identification card, also known as the state ID. Ooh, please be patient with me. Birth certificate. Birth certificate. Birth certificate is not defined in Title 18 USC subsection 1028 since it is self-explanatory. This document is issued by different agencies in different states and foreign countries. Nevertheless, it represents the official governmental statement by the proper government agency that a person, we're going to have to look at person. I done said person about 65 times today. That a person having such a name was born on a particular date in a particular place of a specific parentage. Obviously, a birth certificate is not intended to actually identify the person who claims such a document pertains to him. I gotta read that again, 2K, because I don't want to go over nobody's head. And I also don't want nobody to think that I'm freestyling this. I'm reading this from Title 18. I wonder why they say black people don't know how to read. I wonder why during quote unquote slave times that it was unlawful for us to read. I wonder why. Obviously, it says a birth certificate is not intended to actually identify the person who claims such a document pertains to him. Pause. Earlier, I made a powerful statement that there is case law that proves that the birth certificate, your birth certificate, my birth certificate, etc., is hearsay. Now we're fine-tuning that with academic-based research. Let's continue to read. There are few physical characteristics that remain the same as those at the time of birth. I think that's common sense. Nevertheless, the birth certificate has become, they got it in quotation marks, 2K. The birth certificate has become, quote, commonly accepted, end quote, as identification in this country. Birth certificate is not lawful ID. We're going to get to that in a second. Driver's license. And shout out to 2K. He has taught me so much about traffic stops and how to navigate traffic stops and what's going on at the traffic stops and different types of levels of you causing that traffic stop to be escalated. He's taught me so much. Let's talk about the driver's license real quick according to Title 18. Driver's license is not defined in Title 18 USC subsection 1028. The original purpose of this government issue document was to state that a particular person was authorized to operate a vehicle upon the public roadways. It was not, here it goes again, it was not intended to establish one's identity. Damn, we talking about identification. In Title 18, 2K, we just read birth certificate is not meant to establish one's identity. Now here's the driver's license. It's not intended to establish one's identity. Because of the absence of a better document. Wow. Hold on. I'm reading. I'm not freestyling, y'all. It says, because of the absence of a better document, however, the driver's license eventually has become, there's in quotations again, just like the birth certificate, it has eventually become, quote, commonly accepted, end quote, as the national identity card. That is heavy, y'all. That is heavy for those taking notes in this space. That is heavy for those who are here who are not trolling. Because in the very first section that I read to you all, it says, these three documents in the absence of a national identity card. So what are they talking about? They're talking about a nationality card. A card that really denotes your true nationality. It says in the absence of that, these three documents are preferred. Let's go back to driver's license. I'm almost done.
Hey, CP,
Yes.
stick a pin. Hold that point, please. Don't lose that point. Do not lose
Sure
that
thing.
point. I got to throw this part in right here. Out of Hybel versus Nevada. This is Justice C.J. Young. Is going to tie into what you're saying. Just so good. It's going to be like a shoestring. Here it says, Justice C.J. Young said this right here, you all. As we understand it, the statute does not require a suspect to give the officer a driver's license or any other document, provided that the suspect either states his name or communicates it to the officer by other means. It says a choice. You all, we have options. We have options. I know they make you afraid and your adrenaline be running and you're in the interrogation out there in the field. I know, but we have choices and we have to understand to stand on our right or know how to exercise our right against the government. I'm not being a radical, you all. That's what the justices have suggested we do, exercise the right against the government. That too is in the Heigl case. But he says a choice, he says, we assume that the suspect may make. Then he says the statute is satisfied and no violation occurs. Now I'll drop there. Go ahead, CP. Pick up from where you were reading from.
That was right on point, right on time. It says, because of the absence of a better document, and we know that that better document is a nationality identification card. It says, however, the driver's license eventually has become, quote, commonly accepted, end quote, as the nationality identity card. Section 1028 covers both domestic as well as foreign government issued driver's licenses. All right, so we could check the box on birth certificate is not lawful identification. We can now check the box competently on driver's licenses are not lawful identification. Let's go to that damn state ID to see if we can check the box on it. Personal identification card, also known as the state ID, is defined in Title 18 USC subsection 1028 to mean, quote, an identification document issued by a state or local government solely for the purpose of identification. Interesting. It goes on to say, quote, this definition would appear to limit such documents to those issued by a domestic, i.e. within the United States, by a domestic governmental entity in contrast to the first two, birth certificate and driver's licenses. This document is normally issued by, here's the kicker, don't you miss it, I'm putting emphasis on this point for a reason. That means I'm suggesting that you listen carefully. This document is normally issued by the state departments of motor vehicles to provide an identification document for those persons who do not, for some reason, obtain a driver's license. There's a key there. Don't miss it. In 1979, the National Committee on Uniform Traffic Laws and Ordinances, authors of the Uniform Vehicle Code, provided for the issuance of identification cards for non-drivers and restrictions on the unlawful use of such cards. The Uniform Vehicle Code, which serves as the model state code for vehicular matters, defines, quote, a personal identification card as a document issued by the Department of Motor Vehicles for the sole purpose of identifying the bearer and not authorized for the use as a driver's license. So what's being said about the state ID? What's being said about the driver's license? What's being said about the birth certificate as I land this plane? These are not lawfully deemed as identification cards. May I suggest to you all, and I give it right back to you 2K, because we're at a very important point in this conversation. May I introduce to you all that these documents are misclassification documents. They're not identification. And I hope that didn't go above anyone's head. These are misclassification. They classify. What are they classifying? The plane is on the ground now. What are they classifying? It's classifying your status. This is why the good brother just told you all with stare decisis, there is no law that says you have to hand over a damn state ID or driver's license. If it is, come to the stage and just like we're doing, enter it into evidence. Your name satisfies that request for identity. You hand over that driver's license and it's not properly qualified, you just gave them your status and they going off a presumption, which is a reflection of the 12 presumptions of the court. And they're going to act accordingly. It has nothing to do with racism. It has everything to do with classism.
Now I
Are
can
you?
tell you. Yeah, now I can just briefly explain to you all a situation that happened to me in 2022. As I said, I created this justice initiative, protection against search and seizure, in 2015. Okay. And also there's a new YouTube channel. There's a new YouTube channel. Please go and subscribe to that YouTube channel when you get a chance here. It is protection against search and seizure. If you can't find it that way, you'll put the at PASS dot the number 2, the letter K. That should take you to the channel, and make sure you subscribe, because I'll also be uploading this video to that channel. So if you missed anything with taking notes, you can go back and you'll be able to get it from the video being posted. But I want to share with you all my incident in 2022 as I stood on the information, because I'm the type of individual that says I'm not going to be learning this stuff if I can't then apply it and get a result from it. Okay, that's not me. I'm just not learning this just to fill my head, with a bunch of great knowledge. It's about being able to apply it in my life and get the benefit from it. I think it's sad that a number of us will say, I know my rights, or, I'll just say it like this. A number of us will say, I know my rights, but the majority of us haven't thoroughly understood how to exercise our rights. And therefore, you're not getting the benefit from it. And you rather walk away and try to convince other people that it does not work. And man, them people just do what they want to do. And well, my life experience has not been they do what they want to do. My life experience has been this information stands up when you apply it. So here's the scenario in 2022 when I was stopped in what we know to be a routine traffic stop. Okay. So I asked the um, policy enforcer, the law enforcement officer at that time, I asked him, I said, is this an investigative stop? He said, yes. I said, okay, well, my statutory obligation is to give you my name. So I gave him a name disclosure. After that, I rested on the non-threatening character that I don't have to answer any other questions. I don't have to do anything else, from that standpoint. But I did, I laid other traps, for the officers so that on the tape it could be seen, right? And I'm not really going to go into all of the things that, I said and or done, but here's the result. When the solicitor got wind of the case, I never had to go to court. Oh, and they charged me with obstruction. They charged me with 5 different charges, you all. And I was told the one of obstruction was a very serious, charge, right? But in the end, when the solicitor got wind of all of the evidence, he straight sent me a notice that said no accusation will be filed. That means I never had to go to court. I never had to file any documentation. None of that transpired in my case. He said they didn't have evidence, and I'll paraphrase on this part, but they didn't have evidence to move forward. So he didn't want to fool with it. But I'll just tell you this, he didn't want to fool with it because I laid so many traps for the officer that he committed one constitutional violation over another constitutional violation, which is different than a civil right claim or a civil right violation. Okay. So that just speaks to the power of this information, this knowledge, when we're actually utilizing it in its proper form, and we're not afraid, to stand on it. Now, I do tell you this: I did get arrested on that day. Yep, I sure did. But I know for this work, like the time when King and them were going through what they were going through for the civil rights. I mean, some folks, they had to go, through that. I'm not encouraging all people, I'm not saying, hey, y'all, let's go get arrested. No, that's not what I'm saying. But I do understand that these things for progression, they have to happen in order for us to get the result that we want. And now my aim is about establishing a new precedent so we can deal with this proactively, and we don't have to keep dealing with it from a reactionary standpoint. And this is why we ask you all to support us as we're moving and or looking to deal with reclaiming autonomy. The information is free, you all. We'll give it to you all day long, right? But help us to continue, doing this work, right? So that was what I wanted to add based on the my story pertaining to the standing on the information. I'll just say it, from that standpoint. CP, if you got something else, come on, bring it in, brother.
Yeah, I honor the fact that you shared that. You told me that story in private, but to share it in public, the level of transparency and the clarity that you give while sharing that example is very important for people to really receive. And again, I want to take a time. I just looked up and I saw we've been here for 3 hours. So I appreciate those who have been here since the beginning when we opened this space. And again, we are at 19K. Can we hit the screen? Can we tap the screen? If this is giving you any type of value, if we are sharing anything that is relevant to you, can you please show your level of appreciation by tapping the screen? I seen some people sending gifts. We appreciate that. I just have to stop sometimes in these lives and realize that we're sitting here and we are dispensing information that is very valuable, especially to our people, because we're talking about status, we're talking about statelessness, we're talking about decolonization, right? And as we flow through these line items that the Brother 2K has set up for us, we're starting to realize, in the midst of us talking about these things, looking up definitions, we're going through presenting different points of interest, evidence, etc. We're starting to realize, wow, our people are in a peculiar position within this said United States. Not just that, most people, especially those who are here taking notes, 2K, they're starting to find out why. And most of our people can't answer the why. The who, they get that. The what, many people get the what. The where, when, they can get those. But the why is shit the way it is right now. Most people get caught up on that part. And that's the beautiful part about these type of discussions. So I want to thank you right now, good brother 2K. That is not me being facetious. That is me being absolutely appreciative of you hosting these type of topics and having this platform. So I just want to pause to say thank you for that, brother. I'm not trying to crack any jokes at all by saying that. I really do appreciate it. These topics are very important for our people, not just to hear, but to engage. So we haven't had nobody on stage in quite some time, but engage with what you are hearing. We're not here to argue. We're not here to debate, but we do invite you to engage, ask questions. So when we talk about identification and the fact that really it's a misclassification, that takes us right back to the fact that these individuals are stateless. And this is where it comes important. A quote that I said earlier, that most of our people do not know that they are in a non-self-governing territory, because that goes right into the conversation of statelessness. Because the state of is a third state. So what I'm doing right now is trying to tie together some previous points and bring them back into proper perspective, because I read the definitions of different type of states earlier. And maybe some people who are here now, they wasn't here earlier to hear those definitions. But when you talk about the state of, you fill in the blank. State of, you fill in the blank. That's a non-self-governing territory. So if that's the case, then who are its nationals? Because to be stateless means that you are not recognized as a national by the state under its operations of law. Now it should make a little bit more sense, especially 2K, to the people who have been here with us from the beginning. That should make a lot more sense, if not it being crystal clear. The issue of status is so important that they had a convention on it. They had a convention. You can't make this stuff up. How do you know they had a convention on it? Well, it's right here in front of your face. Look on my screen. This is how important it was, not just to the United States, but to the entire sovereign world. The other sovereign nations of the world, they had a convention, and it's called Convention on the Status of Stateless Persons. The Convention on Statelessness. I'm gonna read this real quick. Check this out. What is statelessness? The international legal definition of a stateless person is, quote, a person who is not considered as a national by any state under the operation of its law. In simple terms, this means that a stateless person does not have the nationality of any country. Some people, 2K, are born stateless, but others, my good people in the chat, become stateless. Stateless people are found in all regions of the world. The majority of stateless people were born in the countries in which they have lived their entire lives. Statelessness often has a severe and lifelong impact on those it affects. The millions of people around the world who are denied a nationality often fight for the same basic human rights that most of us take for granted. Often they are excluded from cradle to the grave, being denied a legal identity when they are born, being denied to access to education, being denied to health care, being denied to marriage and job opportunities during their lifetime, and even the dignity of an official burial and death certificate when they unalive. Many pass on statelessness. This is so impactful, this sentence right here. Many pass on statelessness to their children, who then pass it on to the next generation. Oh, I gotta read that again on purpose. Many pass on statelessness to their children, who then pass it on to the next generation. The good brother C2K, the corny brother CP, we are here to stop that generational curse that I just read to you all. What are the causes of statelessness? People usually acquire a nationality automatically at birth. Pause. What did CP just say about the birth certificate? Don't forget, this is a workshop. We take previous points of interest and we pack them up and we carry them with us as we go forward through this powerful discussion. That's why I love note takers. I'm a note taker. So I have a high respect for those who put their ego to the side, 2K. They put their arrogance to the side and they actually take notes. People usually acquire a nationality automatically at birth, either through their parents or the country in which they were born. However, one or more of the following factors can arise to statelessness. Look at this picture, you all. Why do they have, out of all people in the world, why did they choose to put this brother, Dred Scott, in this image holding a damn state ID card? And I just read to you all that state ID is not lawful identity. I hope somebody's paying attention. Look at some of these causes real quick. A significant cause of statelessness is discrimination. Whoa. Discrimination based on what? On the basis of race, ethnicity, religion, language, or gender. Non-inclusion of specific groups in the body of citizens for discriminatory reasons is linked to the protracted and large-scale statelessness in the country of birth. States can also deprive their citizen of their nationality through changes in law using discriminatory criteria that leave whole populations stateless. Is anybody hearing this? Is there anybody hearing this? Excuse me, 2K. Put a 1 in the chat if you're hearing what's being read to you. Put a 1 in the chat if you comprehend what's being read to you, all jokes aside. And I'm not reading a letter going forward until I get some 1s or somebody saying, no, I'm lost. I need a direct response because we're not here. He can be in the bed with his wife. I can be in the bed with my wife. We're not here playing with you all. How many people comprehend what's being read? Thank you, Draka. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Geocentric. Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Coco. Shout out to Coco. Appreciate you being here, Coco. K-Rise. Double O Black. Okay, we got some 1s. We got a lot of 1s. Okay, I'm just making sure. Because we ain't doing this for play.
AKC.
A significant cause of statelessness is discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, religion, language, or gender. Non-inclusion of specific groups in the body of citizens for discriminatory reasons is linked to protracted and large-scale statelessness in the country of birth. States can also deprive citizens of their nationality through changes in law using discriminatory criteria that leave whole populations stateless. In fact, the majority of the world's known stateless populations belong to minority groups. Oh, 2K. Didn't we look up the definition of minority earlier?
Yes, we did.
See, these things, these conversations, especially for those who take notes, it's like puzzle pieces. We putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. AKA, we're putting Humpty Dumpty back together again. They never thought we can do it. That's why I love my note takers. I got so much love for my note takers. Gender discrimination in nationality laws is a significant cause of childhood statelessness. The laws in some countries do not let women pass on their nationality on an equal basis with men. Consequently, children can be left stateless when fathers are stateless, unknown, missing, or unalived. Gaps in nationality laws are a significant determinant of statelessness. Every country has laws which establish the circumstances under which someone acquires nationality or can have it withdrawn. So your nationality can be taken away from you is what's being said for those who are listening. Now, I want to pause right there. I want to give this as a reference point for those who want to read that entire document, right? Because I'm going to let that breathe. This is the UNHCR.org. And if you type in your search bar, United Nations about statelessness, it will bring you to this page. It's very lengthy. I just wanted to start reading for you all because the small portion that I did read, especially what it just said about minorities, they have been stripped of their national identities. Very powerful. They have been issued documents in which the corny guy just read. 3 of those documents have been accepted as preferred, can't ring on that word enough, preferred identification documents, but they are not lawful identity. Birth certificate, state ID, and driver's license. None of those denote nationality. None of them. I'll land right here. When I first started doing research on the passports, and the passport is a very important conversation also. There's different dynamics of the United States passport. But at face value, just at face value, when you look at the passport, it has a section on it that says nationality. Absolutely it does. Now this is where it gets very interesting. People are gonna start scratching the back of their heads off this one. Where it says nationality on the passport, it says United States of America. That's interesting as hell. Yes, it is. To me, at least. Your nationality, you mean to tell me is United States of America? Now that's telling of a few things that we have already discussed. Because your birth certificate, at the top of it, it says state of, you fill in the blank. At the top of the birth certificate, it does not say United States of America. If it does, come on stage. We're waiting for you. Because you about to change the whole game. If you got a document on the top of it that it doesn't say state of, in place it says United States of America. You are 1 in a million. And we're about to change the whole game with you. Just please come on up. Please put it on a record. Because what is being identified is a quasi citizenship that is now being usurped. What has been usurped? I don't want to move too fast. The sovereignty of the states. For those note takers here earlier, what did I say about 1861? The republic, as it's supposed to be, ceased to exist in operation. It's a house that's vacant. The house is still there. It's just vacant. That's why what Sasha said earlier was golden. It was platinum. She said in reference, and I'm not going to do it verbatim, but she spoke about, yeah, there's a state of New York and then there's a New York state. Absolutely there is. You got darn right. You got it. Now let's tie it together. Now the nationality as a placeholder on the United States passport says United States of America. Okay. Now I work at a hotel, and I'll land right here 2K seriously. I've been doing supervisor work overnights at hotels for quite some time now. And dealing with a hotel, I'm guessing you all already know, you meet people from all around the world. Because people travel and they want some place to stay, right? And not everybody who checks in shows a driver's license. Not everybody that checks in shows a state ID. We have some people coming from other sovereign nations that travel with passports. I noticed on their passports, people that look just like you and I, 2K, because they got to hand me their identification, quote unquote, in order for me to check them into their room. This is part of procedure. And I take time, unbeknownst to them, 2K, to look at their document, not just the name, but I'm scanning because I'm on some elevation room shit. I'm scanning. And I noticed that as people look just like you and I, in which they are classified on their documents as being white. Absolutely. I'm talking about looking just like you and I. Just like you and I. But they're classified as white when they come over here. I have also had conversations with, you got to be careful. You got to pick and choose who you can have these conversations with. I want to qualify that. But I have had interesting conversations with some of these individuals as they check in. And they have identified that when they come through customs, that they are told not to deal with the African Americans and blacks. This is what they're telling me. I'm sharing it with you all. They have revealed this to me. And I have heard this being said on multiple levels, especially with those who are visa holders. But these are people who are coming over here with United States, with passports from their own countries. And by the way, their nationality on their document does not say, of course, United States of America. It would say Brazilian, German, Nigerian. If you get what I'm saying to you, the United States of America, how come it doesn't say American? I think that's a fair question. How come it didn't say American? What the hell is the United States of America? That's not even like a proper answer. Something's happening. Something is happening, and slowly but surely, 2K is being exposed thanks to conversations like this and the platform that you are hosting. I yield right there.
All right. Well, I do want to say, you all, it's been a real good build. And I'm going to touch real quick on legitimacy. I'm going to touch real quick on the investigative sphere. While I do that, CP, I'm going to ask you if you recall the document you were reading from one time that expressed the different types of credentials outside of the driver's license, state issued, ID. There was I cannot remember what it was called. If you don't remember what I'm talking about, that's fine. We'll circle back to it at another time. If you do, if you can put your hands on it. But off the top, do you know what I'm talking about?
Title 18, USC, subsection 1028.
Let's see if that's it first before I go into investigative sphere and legitimacy. That might be it, but you there was a time when you were talking and you were explaining that outside of those documents, it was like, here's another document that you can actually have and it's acceptable, as documentation. It wasn't necessarily a passport, and it definitely wasn't state issued, driver's license or um, state ID. So if it's in that title, read that title real quick. Let's see, and then if not, we'll circle back to it.
Okay, so I think we're talking about Title 18 USC subsection 1028, which speaks about specifically mentioned identification documents. And it says in the beginning, these three documents are preferred in the absence of a nationality card. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think that's what you had hit on one time before.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Oh, you wanted me to reread the whole thing?
Yeah, I wanted to, if you were able to just go through, because I think there was some wording in there that people would benefit from, that was explaining like what it is or what it isn't.
Of course. So the first paragraph, and after the first paragraph, you tell me if you want me to continue. It says, Section 1028 of Title 18 designates three special non-federal identification documents and gives them preferred treatment. These three documents, in the absence of a national identity card, are the prime means by which an individual establishes his identity in the United States. These three documents are A, a birth certificate, B, driver's license, and C, a personal identification card, also known as state ID.
No, that we touched on that already, as far as those things have become the points of recognized identification, although they're not. So we're gonna circle back, to that, and I'll have time to look through my notes to where I can direct you exactly to what I'm talking about. But I'll go into this investigative spirit real quick, you all, and legitimacy, and then we're going to call it. We're going to call it a night. It's a lot of information that we've put out, today, and I'll say this again: make sure you follow CP. Make sure you inbox him and say Discord if you want access to his Discord, and more information. The same thing that I can get you connected to my Discord, eBar. CP's Discord is Elevation Room. My Discord is eBar, Evidence-Based Academic Research. Also, I was made aware that some of you may have missed the YouTube channel that this information is going to be posted on. It's at the @ PASS dot the number 2, the letter K, at pass.2K, and that's protection against search and seizure. You all, it's a new site, so we'd love for you all to run over there and subscribe to the channel. All right, and now I'm gonna go to this thing called the investigative spirit. The reason why I'm pointing this out is because in all of what we're talking about, from decolonization, as we're talking about being stateless, and we're talking about the status and the presumption of continuity doctrine, okay, all of this is then connected to something called the investigative sphere. Why? Because as we're out here moving around in all of our essence and presence, we're always being confronted by someone in the capacity of the policy enforcer and or law enforcement. And when we engage them, it's like we're in jeopardy, whether we understand and or know it, there's a sense of jeopardy with our freedom or with our right. And we need to understand how to appropriately protect it. Everything is there for us to protect it. And you all, please don't go around asking them where's their delegation of authority. Don't be arguing, well, why you stop me? And you got to have a reasonable. I mean, although that is a true statement, that's a weak strategy. We need to have confirmed strategies. As I say, they have a fast moving offense. And you all need to really understand how the Fourth Amendment is your best defense against their fast moving offense. And that's why I put the initiative together centered around Fourth Amendment advocacy being protection against search and seizure. So I want to introduce you to something called the investigative sphere. And the court case will be Terry versus Ohio. Again, because we're dealing with evidence-based academic research, and most folks didn't know that there was even a thing called the investigative sphere. And what I'm kind of pointing out to you, and why I've been so successful over 20 years in having immunity, is understanding these dynamics. I'll say it like this. For a number of you that have ever sat down and played Uno before, the first thing you did was have somebody to share with you what the rules are. For those of you that have played sports before, football, the first thing you learned about that football were, certain rules. If you got out there on the field and you went too far to the right or left and you hit the white line, you were out of bounds. That was essential to know. So when you're running your plays and, you're into your strategy, you try not to hit, that white line. So when it comes to the investigative sphere and dealing with the law enforcement, dealing with the policy enforcers, we must understand their limits within that sphere, because that's the paradigm from which they function. That's their wheelhouse. And I know, their experts and their professionals have never taken the time to explain these things to you. That's why we have the elevation room. That's why we deal with evidence-based academic research. So we can scrutinize these things all day long. And that's what I love about the truth. It'll never change. Okay? So let me read this out of Terry versus Ohio, and then, give you the sense of this thing called the investigative sphere. Okay? It says out of Terry versus Ohio, no judicial opinion can comprehend the protean variety, Protean, you all. That means it changes so quick, so fast. And that's why there's no cookie cutter concept and or process to doing this. You all, we have to be, like a pugilist, a fighter, a boxer. We have to be able to bob and weave and off of instinct know when to jab or throw the hook or the uppercut, or to duck, right? Or if we're throwing elbows or knees, we just have to know instinctively how to do these things based on our skill set. Okay? Because things are quickly changing out there. You never know really how it's going to approach you. Okay? So it says, no judicial opinion can comprehend the protean variety of the street encounter. He says, and we can only judge the facts of the case before us. That's key, because a lot of times we don't understand why we don't get the result that we want. And it's due to certain things that we did not do, so that when the facts are before them, that they can judge, based on the facts. And I use that example of how the solicitor after looking at the evidence of the interaction between the officer and myself, based on those facts, he was like, I'm not touching this. We're not even, going to set a court date. Just send him the notice. No accusation is going to be filed. Okay. He says, nothing we say today is to be taken as indicating approval of police conduct or law enforcement conduct outside the legitimate, remember that word, outside the legitimate investigative sphere. Let me explain it to you. So legitimate, and I'll show you the information surrounding that as well, but legitimate, you all, speaks to what's considered to be proper, appropriate, and just. So here, the investigative sphere, they're saying this is something that we've identified to be upright. Okay? When dealing with law enforcement based on the investigative sphere, these court cases tell us the investigative stop has to be limited. I'll find one of the writings that explains that. But first, I want to give you the foundation for the investigative sphere. All right, so this right here comes from the Police Executive Forum, which is inside of the Justice Department. Okay, they handle all of the policies, processes, and procedures for law enforcement. And they get together every year or every so often, and they have discussions amongst themselves. Okay. Now, I pulled this research. It's public information. The issue is the public is really not interested, in the information. So it never reaches our communities. But I pulled the information. And this is what it said as we look to understand this legitimate investigative sphere. All right, let's look at it, because we were talking about the rules. Okay. 1, it says law enforcement must be conducted in accordance with the parameters set by the U.S. Constitution and state constitutions. Okay, in this case, you all, I focus on the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, and we also have other, articles and or amendments that we can tie, into that. But we're trying to understand what helps us what helps us identify the limits to the investigative sphere, so that we can stay on the outside, of that sphere, and we can keep them inside that sphere, or we can make them step outside of the sphere, which then it becomes to our benefit, because when they step outside of the sphere, then, you should receive a notice that says no accusation, would be filed. Okay. Number 2, it says it must be guided by the many court decisions. That's what you've seen us go through continuously here, pointing out the court cases. I know a lot of people say, man, I ain't got time, to be reading that. Well, we've done the research. We've done, the work, for you guys, and you just need to keep yourself engaged so that, we can just bring you up to speed. Okay. It said it must be guided by the many court decisions that have defined, y'all pay attention, in greater detail. Listen to what is being said, because this is them talking amongst themselves. What the text of the Constitution mean in terms of, here it is, the everyday practices of law enforcement. We really should be concerned about the everyday practices of law enforcement. And if we want to control it, our greatest weapon is knowing how to use the Constitution, knowing how the court cases line up. From this, we can create a strategy. And this is why the Justice Initiative being protection against search and seizure is so effective, is because it's centered around this statement right here, the Constitution and court cases. All right. Now let me show you this. Let me show you this because you all can recall a time when there was commotion, there was protests and unrest, right? And folks were saying they want policy change and they would like, for new laws to be passed. And what do they always tell us? Those things just take time. They just take so much time. And I've also had a lawmaker tell me my hands are tied. The way the laws are written, there's nothing I can do. Which made me say, oh, okay, well, what we have to do is establish a new precedent. And that's been my mission, at this point, and a part of this work, and why we ask you all to, support us. But look, in the discussion between the top brass in their private meeting, public information, they explain how they can be coerced to change. The problem is none of us have applied what they have expressed to our strategy. None of your experts, none of your professionals have taken the time, to lay these things out to you. The NAACP ain't said nothing. National Action Network, the Black Caucus, Urban League, none of these people that you depend on, Ben Crump, none of them, your senator, your mayor, your representative, no one have come forward to explain these things to you, but yet we have the documentation. We have the record. And we can stand on the record. See, the thing is, it doesn't benefit the interest of the government to share these things with the people, because the people have become the commodity, of said government. And we've let them convince us that they should handle not only their interests, but our interests. And this is why decolonization and reclaiming autonomy is so important, because we now get to identify what our interest is, what our agenda is. So now let's go back to the point of how we force them to do things, because they're telling us what needs to be done. And I'm saying this needs to be a part of the strategy so that we get results. Listen to it. This is within the Justice Department, the Police Executive Forum. This is a part of their discussion. They say constitutional policing is necessary but not sufficient. Let me just stop right there, because I just said constitutional policing. I'm not certain how many of you have really ever heard that term, but it's a real thing. And that's how they look at it. You may call it something else, but on the record, for the record, they identify that it's considered constitutional policing. They say it's necessary but not sufficient, and I'm going to tell you why it's not sufficient, because most of you hadn't heard about it. Hell, you can ask a officer or policy force enforcer himself. Most of them have never heard. But why do they need to hear about it? Because the people don't even know. So it's beneficial, to the agency. It allows them to continue living within the calculated risk of being able to trample people's rights and get away with it, and or have it diminished to a civil right complaint and or infraction. But let's look at what they said. Constitutional policing is necessary but not sufficient. They say it is a baseline standard. Is it really, you all? If it's a baseline standard, how come you never heard about it? How come they don't talk about it on CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, BBC? Then they say if law enforcement agencies, departments engage in, here's the requisite, unconstitutional policing, not a civil right infraction. They are very specific right here. And this is why it's important to know what it means, as they said in the Heibel case, to exercise your right against the government. When we do these things, we can pull them outside of the investigative sphere into an unconstitutional action. But they say if the department engages in unconstitutional policing, it can be taken to court and forced. That's the word, forced, not beg, not plead, not, can we plead? It's like, no, now we're able to demand what needs to be changed based on legitimacy, you all. I'll get to that, because you remember legitimacy is the thing that says it's proper, appropriate, and just. And right now they're trying to say we've co-signed that everything that they're doing is proper, appropriate, and just. Right? But they say if we deal with them based on unconstitutional practices, not civil rights complaints and violations, then we can force some things to be done. This is why within our advocacy, within our education, we're very strict on sticking to the evidence-based academic research, standing on principles so the courts can deal with the facts that are before them, and we can use these facts to get remedy, to bring about change, to have things to benefit us as we're dealing with decolonization, as we're dealing with reclaiming our autonomy. It's important we know about this investigative sphere, because if we neglect it, then that's going to be our nemesis. They will continue to plague us with the nuances of how they administratively, do things with, the accosting you and questioning and investigating. But we can nip all this in the bud just having a real sweet strategy and forcing them to change the policy based on legitimacy. Now, let me go to legitimacy and then I'll call it a night. Oh, I did say I was going to show you the part about it had to be limited. Let me do that, and then I'll go to legitimacy. Let's see. Hold on. Can I find my slide? Y'all hanging there with me? Oh, here it is. Here it is. All right. Just real quick. Looking at the Terry versus Ohio, the Supra. Just real quick. It says investigative stops, Terry stops, routine traffic stop. That's the other thing. Investigative stops have many different names, you all. You're detained, Terry stop, routine traffic stop, an investigative stop. It's important we understand the types of stop, from the custodial stop, meaning they got the warrant with your name on it. They know who you are. We don't really fool with that because that's different. They know exactly who you are, what they're looking for. But this investigative stop, you all, this is the one that, 99.9% of us are dealing with on a daily basis, and we don't have a adequate strategy to deal with it. But with protection against search and seizure and Fourth Amendment advocacy, we'd love to help you build a tight strategy centered around the rules pertaining to the legitimate investigative sphere. Yeah. But it says the investigative stop must be limited. So we go into exploring what those limitations are. And what that does, you all, beyond a shadow of a doubt, it tells you what they can and what they can't do. Now we can get out of the assumptions of thinking they're all powerful and, oh my goodness, we got to lay down, when they come around, and keep your hands on the steering wheel and say yes sir, no sir, and look straight ahead. That's coward work. And we shouldn't have to live our lives in fear like that. So that's the point of having a support system, a community like this, to where we can speak the same thing, do the same thing, and we can be there to assist each other. A lot of these other organizations that sell this information and these packages and all this other stuff, you on your own. You give them your money and you on your own. Right here, we're about community. Right here, we're about being able to support, one another as we go through these lifestyle changes. All right, now let me go to legitimacy. Let me get there. All right, legitimacy. Here we go. All right. This right here says the law enforcement profession has paid a great deal of attention in recent years to the concept of legitimacy. These are real things, you all. As a part of a strategy, it makes your strategy strong so you won't utter ignorance when you're out on the streets. Like, where's your delegation of authority? It's like, that's not going to help you in interacting with this man. Oh, the sister Korean Games. You all remember Korean Games. Unfortunately, she lost her life dealing with some bad information, or taking that approach to just screaming, to keep screaming a delegation, of authority, and not really understanding the investigative sphere. I'm not saying that the delegation of authority is not real. I'm just saying it's not effective within the scope of understanding the limits to the investigative sphere. Okay. And we want to minimize, and I'll say to individuals over the 30 years and within the 20 years of actually having that immunity when dealing with law enforcement officers, I've never been beat, I've never been tased, I've never been popped, never had my window broken. None of those things have ever transpired. And by the grace of the Creator, I've always come out victorious. Okay. Let's see. Legitimacy. All right. That's what we're looking at. All right. Legitimacy is to the extent which the community believes that law enforcement actions are appropriate, proper, and just. Stop right there. Do you all think their actions are proper, appropriate, and just? Well, who's signing off on this legitimacy, you all? Who doing it? Because they have something that says they can maneuver and do what they do. I'll tell you, these review boards and these oversight committees, they rubber stamp everything. And that's why, in the scope of decolonization and reclaiming autonomy, we have to have our own oversight committees and review boards that understand the limit to the stop. So now we can redress what legitimacy is, which speaks to how you're going to deal with us. Now, we can't stop how you deal with somebody else. And you all can kind of see that because the way they deal with us is different than the way they deal with other people. And that's based on the understandings of legitimacy across the board. And that's why when what happened to Renee Good and Alex Preddy, things changed. Because based on legitimacy, that wasn't proper, appropriate, or just. But we fall under, like, I mean, stuff like that happened to us all day long. So we need proper representation. And I'm not talking about, those lawmakers and I ain't talking about them, but from within the representation of our position based on decolonization, reclaiming, autonomy, establishing what our interest is, making certain what legitimacy is, defining beyond a shadow of a doubt how you're not going to handle us. See, we can demand these things. We just haven't had the power within the information or the organization. As I say, we're not powerless, we're just not organized. So as we look at decolonization, as we look at reclaiming our autonomy, then we can put these things into play. All right, so here it says law enforcement policy and procedures are based on legitimacy, you all. Why haven't the experts and professionals explained this thoroughly to us within our communities? Why has the NAACP allowed this to go on for so long? Legitimacy, you all. Proper, appropriate, and just. All of the things that have transpired to us, you mean to tell me that on the record they're saying this is what we've agreed to as being proper, appropriate, and just? Y'all stop it. We've just, as CP said, have been acting as minors, vulnerable, at-risk communities. And they take the calculated risk because they say, we don't know no better. Now, this is the last one, and we're going to close out for the evening. Here's what it says. I'm not writing this. This is a part of the evidence-based academic research, you all, looking at how the U.S. Justice Department Community Relation Services have explained it. This is inside the Justice Department. They say if law enforcement lose their legitimacy, so they can lose it, we can effectively impact how they maneuver. We're just not organized. We're just not standing within Fourth Amendment advocacy to appropriately protect everything else that we're trying to do, more specifically our families, then our livelihoods, right? If police lose their legitimacy, it can compromise their ability and authority. I'm in the studio, we got the echo going, and authority to work effectively. And on that note, right there, I appreciate everybody that have come to, the live. My brother CP Bay, I appreciate you. Elevation Room. You all make sure you follow CP, follow myself as well. Inbox us for the Discord so we can get you hooked up with EBAR, evidence-based academic research on Discord, and the Elevation Room on Discord. Make sure you catch the YouTube channel where this video will be posted, just in case you missed something and you didn't get to take the notes that you wanted to take. You'll have this for a record, and you'll be able, man, this video is packed. I'm just telling you. Okay. The YouTube is protection against search and seizure, or you put the @ because a lot of times if you just put in protection against search and seizure, a whole bunch of other crazy stuff come up. But if you put the @ pass, PASS.2K in conjunction with protection against search and seizure, it should get you, to that channel. And need more subscribers. It's a new channel, but a lot of the information as we're moving forward will be on that channel. We have the website up and going. I'll share that later. If you all want that, you can inbox me, for that. but we're continuing to build the community and be involved with those that want to be involved, those that are tired of people, selling stuff to them and not genuinely being concerned, about them. But you all have to realize your responsibility when you step forward to wanting to be associated with the information, right? It's a two-way street, right? That accountability or that commitment, it's a two-way street. All right. So, CP, did you have any final sayings before we hit the button?
Just thanking you for providing this platform and everything that you have taught me over the years. I really do appreciate that. I want to thank all the listeners. Give a special shout out to those who are sending gifts. We appreciate everybody who has tapped the screen. And again, we're going to continue these discussions, and we want you all to consider the evidence, those points of interest that we have shared with you all. All right. And one last thing, good brother. People need to comprehend ministerial duty and discretionary duty. You made me think about it when you was just speaking. There's a difference between the two. Ministerial duty is speaking to the duty that law specifically requires an individual to perform in a specific prescribed manner. So when you think about ministerial duty, this is the box, if I can use that, 2K, the box that you want to keep these public officials, these actors in. You want to keep them in that ministerial duty. This is what you have taught me over the years about different ways, different mistakes that people make that allows that traffic stop to escalate. When they escalate, now it moves into a dangerous scenario in which the policy enforcer can now use what's called discretionary duty, which means they can act freely upon their discretion. So there's a difference between ministerial duty and discretionary duty. And I thank you for laying it out the way that you have, 2K. Honest to you.
Absolutely. And the brother Dunn, he's not here today, but he's former law enforcement, and he openly stated that he wore the uniform and they didn't teach him about the ministerial duty. But he recognized that it's a duty. And I said to him, the reason they don't teach it, they don't have to. Our people don't know about it. So why teach? They're based on the calculated risk, they will never encounter it. It's almost like the needle in the haystack, type thing. And I'll say to Noor, I see you were asking a question. You said, can you post the policy source? I'm not sure what you're asking, so I'm gonna inbox you after we get off and try to get you what you're asking for. I just don't understand the way you have it in the chat. You don't have to retype it. I'm gonna reach out to you on the back channel and get you what you need, from there. Thank you all for all of your support. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for being here. I'll be back by the grace of the Creator the following Wednesday, same time, 9 o'clock, as we look to go through the lost art of civics. We deal with protection against search and seizure. You all, it's all about let's talk justice. We got the elevation room. We got CP. We're connected. We're interconnected. This thing don't stop. I'm telling you, if you want it, we got it. If you sick of the bullshit, then, get with us and, let's get this thing, right. All right. With that, peace.